WMMR. I'll go through some birthdays today. While we're waiting for that answer, today is Thursday, August 26th. It's Macaulay Culkin's birthday today. That little kid is 41 years old.
41 years old. How hilarious is that? There was a time after Home Alone and after his big initial run where he was I thought he was going to really take a downward spiral. You know, he looked like all kind of grungy and he really pulled it around. And he's been funny, having fun with his own Macaulay Culkin legend, you know, making these little videos and Home Alone parodies and stuff like that.
Hey, was Uncle Buck his first movie?
Probably. It would seem to be, right? He was like,
it was right before
Home Alone.
Home Alone.
Yeah. I think that's the progression, Preston.
Nick has pulled up. Actually, did a few things, but nothing.
He played Jack Ryan. I know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, nothing really high profile. So he was in a couple of TV movies and series. First movie he did was called Rocket Gibraltar. So he may have played a small role.
Stinks.
But by the time we got to Uncle Buck, which, by the way, I'm glad you did Stallone.
Okay.
The
yes.
The video morphing of Stallone's face on Macaulay Culkin's body.
It's great.
In that sequence where he and Uncle Buck are having this rapid fire back and forth question answer thing is just a scream. I need to go watch that as soon as we take a commercial break because it never fails to crack me up.
I mean, they had us with Home Stallone, but when they did the video, it was even better.
Yeah. And then of course, when they did the Step Brothers with Stallone and Schwarzenegger.
It's great.
It's the best.
Yeah, it's chilling and great.
I love it. Macaulay Culkin is 41 today. Shirley Manson, the singer of the band Garbage, is celebrating her 55th birthday today.
She's actually a pretty good actress, too.
Yeah, she was in the Terminator series.
She was the evil boss in the Terminator series, and she's done a couple other things as well.
Yeah, so happy 55th. Always liked her. She was, back when we were in our alt radio days, she was a regular visitor and a super sweet gal. Tom Ridge, former Homeland Security Director and governor of Pennsylvania.
He's actually, like, physically, he looks like a large square. Like,
his face is very
A large square.
Yeah, he's just a square in a suit.
Picture.
I was at a party one time with my buddy who works on Capitol Hill. I've referenced a few times on the show, and they were dancing, and "Are we getting jiggy with it?" came on, getting jiggy with it, and so Tom Ridge turns to my buddy Brian, and he goes like, "Hey Brian, we're getting jiggy with it."
My God.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
my God.
And Brian was like, "We sure are, sir."
He's 76 today.
No, I'm just looking at the picture. I've never looked at his face and thought a square, but now that you say that.
Yeah. I think he had, there was a health
There was a health thing,
that came up maybe late last year or something.
Yeah,
I remember.
you're exactly right. I forget what it was.
Much more about that, but he's 76 today. Chris Pine, love that guy.
He's great.
He's so wonderful in both Wonder Woman, the only movie that counts.
Yes.
Not the 1984 crap. But Star Trek as Kirk, he's fantastic.
He's one of the hot Chris's, right? He's like,
He's clearly one of the hot Chris's.
Okay.
I mean, he's just dreamy blue eyes.
He's the least hot of the hot Chris's, I think. I think he always goes
facially, he's, if you're talking face-wise, he's way up there.
Oh, no. It would be Chris, it would be Star-Lord would probably be last, then Chris Pine, then it's
Chris Evans?
Then it's a duel.
Neck and
between,
Where does Chris Hardwick fall in that?
He is not, he's a different kind of hot.
Yeah.
He's nerdy hot.
You got to see, Preston. Have you seen Hell or High Water yet?
No.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to leave it alone now. It's with Jeff Bridges.
Okay.
It is so good, and he is so good in it. You really realize the depth of his acting capabilities.
Mr. Pine is 41 today.
You know, his dad was on Chips. He was their captain.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
That's his dad.
Yeah, good-looking dude as well.
I was like that guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Melissa McCarthy turns a year older today as well. She's 51. I've been watching her in that 9 Perfect Strangers show on Hulu.
So is she comic relief or is she serious?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
She has some very terrible things that have happened in her life, but she plays a successful author at this retreat, but she's had something in her past that happened. But yeah, she's got funny moments. I wouldn't call her comic relief because everybody's got funny and really tragic and dramatic moments. We're enjoying the show. It's an interesting and there's a lot of great actors. You know who's great in it? Michael Shannon.
Oh, I love him. He's great.
Is that his name?
Yeah, who played Zod in the Superman.
Yeah, he's wonderful in that show.
If you want, and I probably watch it at least once a week, but the her segment when they do the outtakes from This Is 40, where she,
Oh my God.
I thought we had the audio of that.
she describes what she's going to do to the principal, and it's
Gutting her like a fish. There's a part where she goes, and I think it might be in the movie, not just in it, but in the outtakes, where she goes, and I'm glad your husband's dead. Yeah. He probably killed himself. It's like, oh my God. She is 51 today. Keke Palmer, the actress. Yep. Medea's Family Reunion, Aquila and the Bee, Joyful Noise. She is 28 today. Great musician, Branford Marsalis.
yes.
He is 61. He was in Sting's band for a while, plays the alto saxophone. And his brother's Wynton Marsalis, who is considered one of the greatest of the greats. But Branford made a real name for himself as well. And he was, it says here, band leader. He was, and I forgot, remember when like 1,000 different, they were trying out late night talk show hosts, a bunch of different, he was the host of one.
It was the Tonight Show.
Was it the Tonight Show?
And they swapped him out for a guy and another great musician, Kevin something or
Kevin
other.
Eubanks.
Kevin Eubanks,
Who's from
right.
Philly.
yeah.
Right,
Yeah. But,
I didn't know it was a Tonight Show.
Branford and Jay Leno had a falling out, I believe, and so he was the Tonight Show band leader for like 3 or 4 years.
Why can't we get together?
Well, I can see that Branford's he's got a strong personality. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say he's a jerk or anything like that, but he is who he is.
I think he legit didn't laugh at
He
Jay's
did not laugh.
Yeah.
Preston, that was...
He didn't laugh at Jay's
Many
jokes.
believe that was the whole predicate for the...
And he's like, all right, well.
He just would not laugh. What, you don't think I'm funny?
Great musician, though. 61 years old today. Valerie Simpson, half of Motown songwriting duo Ashford and Simpson.
They're great.
Wrote this song right here, man. One of the all-time greatest songs. Almost never fails to give me some good vibes, you know?
Yeah, well, you know what? They were perpetually upbeat and positive.
Yeah.
And, what can you say? Their body work speaks for itself.
So her husband is Nicholas Ashford. So they're the ones that wrote this and many other songs for the Motown group. And she is 75 years old today. Got a couple of drummers to mention. From No Doubt, Adrian Young. He is 52 years old today.
You know what I wanted to do? I wanted to do this song instead.
There you go. That's better. He wears... Okay.
That's it.
That's just a drummer. He's just a drummer. That's
Fair
all.
enough. Yeah,
That was the radio release.
But he would wear outrageous outfits and stuff. He's 52. And the last birthday is another drummer, Maureen Mo Tucker, drummer for Velvet Underground. Celebrates her 77th birthday today.
I appreciate Velvet Underground. I'm aware of their position in the music universe.
Yeah.
They do nothing for me.
This song is awesome.
Yeah.
I just really, I don't get it, but, I don't hate it, but it's like, man, put on some Velvet Underground, you know what I mean? So, but some people absolutely revere them.
And down the hall, it's Steve Vasilati's birthday today. Former intern
From
of
the
Preston
John
and Steve show.
DeBella show?
The very same.
And he is, he was our intern. It was Steve and Chinstrap.
Yeah. Those guys. Oh, we should put up the picture of them doing naked bicycle kicks
Oh, man.
together.
That's a classic.
Yeah. So Vagilati, as he's called.
We got him arrested at least once, didn't we? Was it
wasn't
an
it
overpass on
Close to it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they
No,
did they arrest
They
him?
arrested somebody. I
Maggie?
don't know. Oh, it might have been.
Yeah, Maggie was in that crew as well. And,
It was
classic
over
interns.
the overpass over the Schuylkill Expressway in West Conshohocken. We had
West Conchie
what
does
were
not
they-
mess around. I got arrested in West Conchie.
What were they doing? Was that the strip?
That might have been strip honking.
Might have been strip honking.
Strip honking.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you? Where were you
Strip
arrested?
honking.
For strip honking?
Yeah.
Same
In
thing?
West Conchie?
Yeah.
And I think that we waited years, right? Well, obviously, because you did it back at Y100, right? Is that when you got arrested?
I got arrested twice for you guys
Yes.
what was
the
the
other
second time?
for breaking into the vet. And they put me in vet jail.
Wait, were you broke in?
No, he was.
No,
he
I
was
actually
pretending
just
he
walked right in.
He had a clipboard.
Was that the M. Night Shyamalan thing?
No. It was
Similar.
we were doing a thing where
Next
the
trip,
the
yeah.
theory was that if you wore a lab coat and carried a clipboard, you could go anywhere.
Yeah.
And if you had like safety glasses on too, you could go anywhere because you look like you're working.
Yeah.
And you're doing important work that doesn't need to be disturbed. So we gave Casey that, and they had just put in Next Turf.
Remember the whole Next Turf debacle?
Yes.
And there was problems with it. It was it was
canceled the game.
shoddy.
Yeah.
So we sent Casey down there. Steve had drawn up this thing. It was apparently the mower for the Next Turf, and it was a robot. It was the Mars rover with a sheep head on it. And Casey carried that around. That was on his clipboard. And we gave him a mission to be able to go down there and like feel the grass or whatever.
And get somebody to do a home pregnancy test on the grass.
Yes, do a home
on
pregnancy
the
test.
turf. I got all the way down there. I got down there, and I got somebody on the field to do, and that's when security walked out and police walked out, and they were like, come with me. But
to be honest, it's why we're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
It's why we're in the Radio Hall of
So
Fame.
thank you, Casey.
That's what did it.
Yeah, but anyway,
they ended up letting me go because they had already gotten enough bad press over the whole next. They had to cancel.
That's right.
They
You would've talked about
canceled.
it.
In fact, the Eagles are playing the Jets tomorrow. They canceled. I believe it was an Eagles-Jets preseason game because the turf is in such terrible condition. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
But happy birthday, Steve. That's why.
Happy birthday,
That's why.
Steve.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if somebody has the answer to this question. Straight ahead, what does DNA stand for? 215-263 WMMR. Let's go to Olivia. Good morning, Olivia.
Hi, good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Olivia, do you remember stuff from biology class?
I do.
All right, what does DNA stand for?
Deoxyribonucleic acid.
That is correct. Deoxyribonucleic acid, and we're going to have you hang on, Olivia, and we are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Kings of Leon, the When You See Yourself tour with Cold War Kids, and that's Sunday, BB&T Pavilion, and some tickets remain at Ticketmaster. There you go. So Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds have both donated to charitable organizations in order to help Haiti following the recent earthquake. A spokesperson for the couple said that they have each donated about $10,000 to 4 organizations to assist with relief efforts: Airlink, Haiti Air Ambulance, and then a couple of other ones. Hope for Haiti is one of them. They tweeted their thanks to the pair, writing, "Our entire organization would like to thank Ryan and Blake for their generous donation to our Haiti earthquake response and recovery efforts. This donation will help empower our team to continue to respond in the hardest hit areas of southern Haiti." Man, do they get nailed in Haiti.
Well, stop and think about it. They have not even fully recovered from that earthquake that prompted Sean Penn to set up a base down there.
Yeah.
And so there are sort of warlord gangs, and there's
Hurricanes.
Assassinations.
Assassinations.
Yeah. It's crazy,
Just
man.
recently, yes.
Yeah, yep. So they are doing what they can to donate. Maybe they'll motivate others to do it as well. We're going to have a bit of audio to play for this one. This is a tearjerker. Mandy Patinkin shared a deeply personal story about his role in The Princess Bride and an emotional TikTok on Tuesday. User Amanda Webb, who I believe goes by Alaska Webb, had posted a video asking if it was true that his character Inigo Montoya's line, "I want my father back, you son of a bitch," was delivered while Patinkin was thinking of his own dad who had passed from cancer. Webb, whose own father had just lost his battle with the disease, is a big fan of the film, and the line had become quite meaningful to her. Do we have that sent over yet?
We have her initial TikTok request
All right.
for him to answer that question.
So here, we'll roll these. Here we go.
So I'm going to try to do this without crying. My dad passed away March of this year from cancer, and Princess Bride was always one of his favorite movies, and it's always been one of my favorite movies. And in the scene with Count Rugen, he says, I'll give you anything you want. And he says, "I want my father back, you son of a bitch." I saw on the internet that when Mandy Patinkin said that line, he was thinking of his own father who had passed away from cancer, and it was a very raw emotion. So I guess I just kind of wanted to know if that's a true thing, if that's a real thing.
So she kind of threw this out there with the pipe dream that it might get to him, and it did get to him. And so the reason you hear the echo in the background is because he's sitting there. It's a split screen.
Right.
Her video's playing, and he's watching it on a phone. And then he responds to it. And so there's a couple of clips of that. So here we go.
It is true, 100% true. I went outside in this castle and walked around and I kept talking to my dad, and I said, "Dad, I'm going to get this guy. From the minute I read the script, I said, I'm going to do this part because in my mind, if I get this six-fingered guy, that means I kill the cancer that killed my dad, and I'll get to visit my dad. And that moment was coming. I went and I played that scene. And then I went back out there and talked to my dad.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, it was very powerful. I had no idea. I'd never heard that story before.
It's making me well up.
Here's a third clip. Yeah, me too.
If you could somehow let me know your dad's name, because I say prayers for everyone I've ever known, and now I feel like I know you, and therefore I know your dad, and I will list his name in my prayers every day, and they make me feel like they're with me wherever I go, and I'd like your dad to hang out with me. I've had a number of gifts that I never imagined that came from the gift that keeps on giving called the Princess Bride, but you took the cake.
And his wife was there too, and apparently she lost her parents to cancer as well.
Yes, so they're both leveled.
Yeah.
And then there's the actual scene. Yeah.
The clip from the movie. Here we go.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. No!
Offer me money.
Yes.
Power to promise me that. All that I have and more. Please. Offer me everything I ask for. Anything you want. I want my father back, you son of a bitch.
Great scene.
Wow.
Great scene. Yeah. Awesome story. All right. So on to more superficial things. How about this? Twitter users had a field day mocking Stormy Weber's dream to be middle class after her father, Travis Scott, surprised her. She's 3 years old with a school bus. So Kylie Jenner shared photos of the 3-year-old exploring the bus on her Instagram story on Tuesday. She wrote, "All Stormy's been talking about is riding a big yellow bus. Daddy surprised her." And the user tweeted, "Rich people are literally so far from reality, they bought a school bus for Stormy to sit on." And another one said, "Stormy is so rich, her dad, Travis, surprised her with a yellow school bus so she can act middle class for the day." Now, I don't know if they purchased the bus or rented it.
I think they rented it.
Right.
And the kid is clearly happy. I was sort
It's
of
a
conflicted.
sweet thing. I
That didn't
know.
mean I didn't chuckle at some of the comments because that's literally what it is. But the kid was excited to be. Listen, I remember.
pretend to be common today.
Yeah. Give me one of those. Give me one of those bag lunches that the poor people carry.
The couple announced last week they are expecting their second baby.
Do you have any cognizant recollection of your first time going on a school bus?
The first time
I do.
I have a smell. I can definitely remember the scent of the.
that's funny.
Yeah.
Of the first bus ride?
No,
Well, your bus driver is wearing high karate.
he was not.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember the first bus ride. I remember each, I can remember the sensation of the beginning of the school year and getting on the bus that first day. And each year was another kind of like, well, here we go.
Right.
What's going to happen? What's this going to be like? Because getting on the bus before you know the people, especially if you're moving on to junior high or middle school or whatever you want to call it, and you're going to step up there and you're like, okay, what am I going to see when I get in here? I don't know some of these people. This is going to be weird,
Yeah.
So.
I remember Preston, is because I always lived at the outer edge of however the school district was reconciled.
So were you first or last?
I was first in the morning, last in the evening.
Wow.
So I got on board and the bus was empty, and I was thinking, is there a seat I'm supposed to sit in? Like as if you're getting on a plane and you had a ticketed seat.
Right. I used to love, and I probably still do, the smell of the exhaust of a school bus. I don't know. The smell of the diesel exhaust of a
Only
school bus.
you.
So you hung up
Not only
at the back of the bus.
Yeah.
I love the smell of a two-stroke engine, to be honest.
Yes.
It reminds me of when we would go to the lake, because that's where the outboard motors were two-stroke engines. So I held a fond memory to that scent.
Was the bus diesel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it.
All right. Well, anyhow, Stormy got a school bus.
All right.
What'd you get?
Wow.
Kathy got bagels.
Bagels.
For her birthday.
She got a school bus. I got bagels.
All right, this is messed up. We had that disturbing story of Peter North the other day. Now, Ron Jeremy has been indicted on a slew of sexual assault and rape charges, and prosecutors say that there are now a staggering 21 alleged victims, and the charges are messed up, man. So he's now facing more than 30 sexual assault counts for alleged incidents dating back more than 20 years. According to the announcement Wednesday from the Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon.
This doesn't really surprise me, though, because these men, they were able to do whatever it was on screen, whatever they wanted. Do you know what I mean? So, like, did it pour over into real life and they thought they could just do whatever they wanted?
Well, that could be an assumption. Now Ron Jeremy was a producer of a number of films.
A disgusting slob.
Yeah, the women, we had, who did we have? Lisa Ann was in the studio, and she said, "You're like... no one. I mean, that was battle pay if you had to be with Ron Jeremy.
Well, right, like she said, no. Like she would say
right,
absolutely
she would say
no.
And he does. For many years, we've had him in the studio, and he was a
great
pretty good guest. Yeah. But he just looks slimy. He's always looks.
Mm-hmm. So he pleaded not guilty Wednesday to 12 counts, and this is where the messed up stuff comes in. So 12 counts of forcible rape, 7 counts of forcible oral, 6 counts of sexual battery by restraint, 4 counts of using a foreign object, 2 counts of an unconscious or asleep person.
Jesus.
And then there's one of lewd act upon a child under the age of 14 or 15. So that's where you really, I mean, there's several lines crossed.
And then
that one's
Peter North's roster includes domestic abuse.
Yeah, he was beating his wife.
Beating and raping her.
Yeah. So apparently police say, oh, wait, that's where that other story went. I stapled it to there. Never mind.
Damn it.
From yesterday?
Well, no, it was for the bizarre file. I'm like, why this great story and it's missing in my prep?
It's on the Ron Jeremy
I stapled it to the back of the Ron Jeremy story.
On the positive side to the Ron Jeremy sex scandal, the local broadcaster Preston Elliott was able to locate a missing bizarre file story, which he had inadvertently stapled to the Ron Jeremy story.
Appropriately, this story is the money shot story of the bizarre file for today. I kid you not.
It's also appropriate that it got stuck together to another piece of paper.
You're right. I will lead with it in the bizarre file. So wait to see. Here's a good tease for you.
Nice.
What that story is, but it's literally the money shot. All right, on to other things. How about this? Let's talk about Honey Boo Boo. Alana Thompson, that's her name, recently opened up to Teen Vogue about how she dealt with her mother's drug problems. She is turning 16 on Saturday, by the way, Honey Boo Boo.
It's a mind blower. When I looked at the pictures of her, I'm like, Jesus Christ, it seems like yesterday she was that little kid.
She told Teen Vogue that she's happy with how she handled herself following Mama June Shannon's 2019 drug possession charges. She revealed, when my mama got real bad with her drug use, I didn't know where I was going to end up. I'm proud of myself for how far I've come. She's now living with her 21-year-old sister, Lauren Pumpkin Shannon, who she says stepped up when I had nobody. She said, but I know it's stressful on her because she has another person to take care of. So I guess she's doing all right.
Wait, so which one is this?
This is Honey Boo Boo.
This is the actual
Honey Boo Boo.
The little girl, yeah.
Oh, wow.
The whole focus.
16 on Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Mama June Shannon had her own couple of reality shows. Remember, she had that big makeover, which all went to hell. And she was with this guy, Chino Doke, who I've mentioned a few times, who she says she's broken up with. But it got so bad, the drug habit, Preston. You remember there's the story where they were literally pulling light fixtures off the house they were in and selling them out front for cash.
That's crazy, man. Because they were on top of the world. They were on top of the reality show world.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Speaking of reality shows, Snooki revealed to E! News Daily Pop that her kids thinks that she's an Emmy-winning actress.
Wow, they're so stupid.
She said they think Jersey Shore is like ER, like an actual scripted drama series. So I'm good for a little bit. She said, Mommy is an actress. She's won a lot of Emmys, and she kills it. That's what she said they believe.
Wow, man.
She added, but
they might have a gas leak in that house.
So I feel like once they're 18, I can be like, all right, kids, that was really Mommy, and she was a mess. So
they're going to find out before she's 18.
At least she admits it. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Jenna Dewan doesn't care who her ex-husband is dating, with rumors swirling about Channing Tatum's new romance to Zoe Kravitz. E! News wanted to find out what the former World of Dance host thinks of her ex's new flame. Sources tell the outlet Jenna doesn't get involved in who he dates. She wants the best for Channing and hopes that he is healthy and happy. And
Preston,
she leaves it at that.
Any word about season 2 of Flirty Dance?
I have heard rumblings, but nothing concrete as of yet.
I'm on pins and needles.
I'll let you know as soon as it breaks. Tony Hawk actually donated 2 vials of his own blood that was then mixed in with the paint used on a limited edition run of 100 skateboards, and they sold out instantly. He posted on Instagram video of his blood being drawn and the blood being mixed into canned red paint that was then applied to the skateboard, and then he worried about the skateboard owners being in possession of his DNA, and he shouted, "No clones."
No clones.
The bloody skateboard idea was a collaboration with water company Liquid Death Mountain Water. The company said on its Instagram that Hawk's blood was also sterilized before being added to the paint, and also noted, although it could arguably make the world a better place, never ever use these boards to make clones of Tony Hawk. Now,
do you remember I remember the first time this gimmick was done that I can remember was Kiss.
Yeah, their comic book.
Right.
Yep, that was in 1977, I think.
Right.
That's at the tail end of this story. But yeah, they had their blood drawn. They put it in the red ink. It was a comic book they did through Marvel, and it was a buzz thing. It was a cool idea. So the skateboard is called the Hawk Blood Deck. For very obvious reasons. Only 100 were made. They were priced at $500. They sold out early on Wednesday morning, shortly after going on sale. Some of the proceeds from the sale will go to Five Gyres, a non-profit aimed at reducing plastic pollution, as well as Hawk's own organization, the Skate Park Project, which helps underprivileged communities build skate parks. Now, back in March, you may remember, rapper Lil Nas X collaborated with streetwear company Mischief on a quickly sold-out offering of what the company dubbed Satan shoes. The devil-themed shoes, which contained a drop of human blood, though not drawn from him. They were drawn from Mischief employees.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but because the shoes were modified Nikes, Nike filed a trademark claim against Mischief, and the company agreed to voluntarily recall the shoes as part of a settlement, and the combination of the Satan theme and the blood triggered some. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem was among those who tweeted angrily against Lil Nas X Satan shoes. And then, Nick, you sent me a link this morning about a Twitter hashtag or phrase.
Well, it's a comment on Instagram that started appearing yesterday. It's called Nah He Tweakin', and somehow this ended up Nah He Tweakin'.
Yeah.
And this is tied into Lil Nas X and this whole blood story.
Yep.
And Lil Nas X actually has a pretty good point. He's like, there was all this faux outrage about the blood in the shoes back in March, and then Tony Hawk does this thing, and it's like, okay, it's cool. It's because it's Tony Hawk. So Lil Nas X got a lot of backlash for it. Tony Hawk is everybody's fine with people doing it, but then the weird twist happened with this Nah He Tweakin' thing, where all of I was looking at the Phillies Instagram page yesterday, the Flyers Instagram page. None of those posts had anything to do with any of this stuff, but the Nah He Tweakin' comments started showing up one after another, after another.
It was all
Apparently
bots,
it's like a
right?
virus.
It's nonstop. It's not bots. It's people commenting.
So there's legitimate tweaking going on?
Nah, he tweaking, Steve.
Nah, he tweaking.
Okay.
So
that
initially
comment-
they thought it was bots.
Right.
But it turned out, and I was reading the article that Nick sent over, and it says it's not the way that it is configured or that you see it, it doesn't make sense for it to be bots. It's just people.
It's people jumped onto
on
this
board.
Yeah, so this little bandwagon exists, and listen, it'll be gone by tomorrow or Saturday. But
I was back to eating Tide Pods.
It's just so weird how these things take off and then they disappear. But for a day or two, you'll see a lot of Nah He Tweaking comments on social media.
Yeah. So like here's a comment that is typical. So Lil Nas can make custom sneakers with blood in them, and there's outrage. But Tony Hawk can make skateboards with his own blood in the paint, and somehow it's less of an issue. But then again, it doesn't have like a Satan theme.
It wasn't a Satan thing.
And
I don't remember.
And
I don't
also,
remember.
the Nike had filed a trademark claim because they were,
That was the big issue.
There were a couple other little things.
But he tweaking.
He tweaking.
I don't remember there ever being any outrage about the blood. I thought it was all about the Satan
satanic
and
imagery,
the 666 and all that.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so a couple other things here real quick. Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss are back in action for the upcoming 4th installment of the Matrix franchise.
Apparently some clips have leaked, right?
Yeah, Warner Brothers revealed first look footage of the upcoming blockbuster Tuesday at CinemaCon, in addition to announcing that the new chapter's official title is The Matrix Resurrections. So they officially released it.
I do. All right, what's your level of interest in this?
Very little, because the second and third movie, especially the third movie, was just like, okay, I'm over this, which is too bad because the first movie is perfect. But
genre defining.
If they can find a way to recapture that, then I'm on board. I will see it.
Yeah.
You know, I definitely want to see it. But footage of the highly anticipated blockbuster revealed a first look at Reeves as Neo and Moss as Trinity, but neither of them remembers each other or their past selves.
The first words to each other, nah, he tweaking.
Yeah. No, a bearded Neo now has a blue pill dependency as he muses to his therapist, who's played by Neil Patrick Harris, about his strange memories until he runs into Trinity at a coffee shop. And he says, "Have we met?" And then he flushes his stash and he takes a red pill for a new adventure.
So he's somehow ended up back in the construct.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to arrange that. Like, does his body get rehooked up to these machines?
Right.
I don't know.
That would be painful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you see what reality is, it's like, well, would you rather live in that terrible
Well, it's like
reality?
Joey Pants.
That's what he says. I want to have steak again.
Yeah. He goes, I want to remember nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Nothing. You know, and he says right as he takes that bite of steak, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know. The first look from Tuesday's CinemaCon presentation also revealed some of the mind-bending action the franchise is known for, as well as Neo facing off against a new, trippier version of the White Rabbit. Reeves previously teased that the fourth film has a, quote, beautiful script that is a love story. He said,
I love you.
It's another version. Whoa,
I love you so much.
It's another version of a kind of call to wake up, and it has some great action. He said, all will be revealed. So
I don't want to wait.
After he and Moss originated their roles in 1999's The Matrix before returning in 2003 for its sequels, it was announced in August 2019.
Aren't you in my biology class?
They would reunite for a fourth installment at the helm of writer-director Lana Wachowski, who, of course, made the first three films with his sister Lily Wachowski. Lily.
You know what I do, honestly? They're very competent directors, but maybe, just maybe, Naughty Girls Need Love. No, to have someone come in with the perspective, and again, I'm prejudging it. I don't know. It could be very good, but I agree with you, Preston. The second and the third were just huge steps down.
I guess it's the difficult task of having to top the one before,
right?
And therefore, you got to throw more stuff at it. That is the logic, anyhow. And sometimes it's too much.
I will tell you, though, what was a blast is the video game that came out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think I played it on Xbox, but you could do that running up the walls, bullet time stuff. It was so fun.
By the way, Jada Pinkett Smith, Lambert Wilson, and Daniel Bernhardt have all been announced to reprise their roles from the original trilogy. Priyanka Chopra, Yahya Abdul Mateen II, Christina Ricci, Jonathan Groff, and Jessica Henwick have also joined the cast.
Jaleel White?
In undisclosed roles. No, Urkel's not in it. And then it will be opening on December 22nd in theaters and HBO Max simultaneously.
That's probably where I'm going to see it.
Yeah, me too, at home. All right, I got some other stories, but you know what, man? We're busy. We gotta get
We're busy.
So Annette tells the story of two musicians attempting to keep their marriage alive after the birth of their first child. And here, Marion Cotillard discusses how certain roles seem to choose her.
I think I became an actor because I'm fascinated by human beings and I need to explore more than myself. But sometimes you have like a deep connection with a character, and the connection there was one of the themes of the movie is the need of recognition.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
So Annette is streaming on Amazon Prime Video right now. Here's the next clip. After learning she only has 24 hours to live, master assassin and titular hero Kate must seek revenge on the target who poisoned her. And in this clip, Mary Elizabeth Winstead talks about the different skills she picked up while preparing for this role.
To drive an old car, somebody had to teach me how to do it. So I got to learn how to do that, which is like a very practical thing that, I haven't really done very much of it since then. So who knows if it's really stayed in there, but that was cool. And yeah, just learning how to shoot all sorts of different weapons, spending time at the gun range, which I never imagined myself to be someone who would be doing that. Not in my off time, only for the movie.
I don't give a
Kate streams on Netflix starting September 10th, by the way.
I like her.
I do, too. There's Ramona and Scott Pilgrim.
Yes, and 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah. She's been in some good stuff. And she was in Sky High, too.
Yes.
She was the bad person. All right, there you go. That's the entertainment report for today. We have Robert Kelly joining us. Robert Kelly's going to be at Punchline tonight and then through the weekend. We also, excuse me, choked up. We also have an announcement coming up around Bizarre File time. It has to do with MMR that we think you will enjoy. And we also have movie screening passes for Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. It's next Wednesday before the movie opens, which will be next Friday. And we have the screening at the UA King of Prussia. I will take 4 callers and give you passes to this exclusive screening that we have. 215-263-WMMR. You want to go? Come and get them. We'll take a break and be back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. August 27th, 1991.
And when we saw the story, we immediately went, what? Because that, to us, seemed to be what got them the notoriety.
Yes, but yesterday they announced they're reversing that ban. That ban, I should say, and it came after an outcry from the users and sex workers who have fueled the success of the online platforms.
So you know what also fueled that turnabout, Preston, is that a number of other companies were going to step forward.
Oh, really?
And provide an alternative that would allow that, and so they were feeling the heat.
So initially, OnlyFans had said last week that it would ban sexually explicit content from the platform starting October 1st after request from its banking partners. But the company reversed course Wednesday, tweeting, "Thank you to everyone for making your voices heard. We have secured assurances necessary to support our diverse creator community and have suspended the planned October 1st policy change." They said, OnlyFans stands for inclusion, and we will continue to provide a home for all creators.
Translation, we stood to lose a ton of money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So Sophia Bernardi, a spokeswoman for OnlyFans, told the Washington Post that the move came after the company's banking partners assured OnlyFans that it can support all genres of creators. Tim Stokely, by the way, who's the founder and CEO of OnlyFans, had told the Financial Times this week that Bank of New York Mellon, Metro Bank, and J.P. Morgan Chase were the banking partners that caused the initial decision. The company said it planned to send an official communication of the decision to the more than 1.5 million content creators on the site.
The last thing banks want to see is a huge profit margin.
Yeah. So, listen, I know it's mainly known for, if not straight porn, at least sexually
sexy stuff.
Charged pictures and videos and things like that.
If you look on Instagram, Preston, you see somebody like an Instagram model. If you look in the comments, third or fourth down, do you have an OnlyFans account? That's what people immediately default to.
And a lot of times on Instagram, if you click on their bio, they'll have a link tree to all sorts of things. I just went to somebody to their bio, and their link tree was like OnlyFans, the Amazon wish list.
What about you posted a sexy shot of you in your outdoor shower. Did you get OnlyFans requests?
I have a few, and I'm thinking about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to do like some Amazon wish list stuff. There's some soap that I would like.
Some soap that you would like?
Soap that I'd like. I don't
mango coconut.
Yeah, what are you supposed to put on Amazon wish list?
Spanking for soap.
Yeah.
Casey. So here's what I'd like to do. I want to see if anybody listening does indeed have an OnlyFans account, what you do on it, whether it's porn or not, or suggestive, or whatever it may be, because I'm curious what's on there besides sexually explicit stuff. And what kind of money can you make from it? Is it your career of sorts, or is it just a supplemental thing? I want to hear about this. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if we got any listeners who are involved in that.
I would love to hear that. There was a series I know that you watched, Nick, a limited little documentary series about OnlyFans. This was a while ago.
I think it was on Hulu or
Hulu, yeah. And it was fascinating about what was happening. But you have people like, that Yanette Garcia, I think her name is. She's she's on. She's a weather girl from Mexico. She's known for her butt. She's on there, but she's explicit about not being explicit.
Yeah. Okay. And she's stunning. So
yeah.
I could see her easily making money off of that, even though her social media.
What are you doing then?
Well, she was referenced. She's a lot of lingerie stuff, but what it does provide, my understanding, and because they were interviewing her about it, and she says it is a way for people who are fans to have a little one step closer interaction with them.
Right.
So they're paying a premium for that perceived access.
Yeah, and it was sort of like initially it was supposed to be like a Patreon type of a thing where it was for artists, it was for people to it was sort of like the Uber example of connecting to artists, connecting to individuals who wanted to sell stuff.
Right.
And then it started gaining a lot of traction because of sexy pics and then even more so when there was pornography attached to it, and it was the quote unquote girl next door putting their stuff
Who
up
likes
online.
butt stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
and you could give them $5 and watch them do that type of thing. So like there was this, Steve, you're right. There was this access to the people themselves.
Yes.
Not just watching porn for free on the internet.
You remember Sid Wilder, who's been by here several times?
Yes.
Yeah.
She has a very, very successful OnlyFans account, and I asked her straight up, I'm like, is there nudity on your OnlyFans account? And she said, I leave that. She doesn't reveal that.
Right.
You essentially you got to subscribe and then you'll find out. But you can just subscribe. What is sometimes do they set the price by the way?
I think so.
Are there Casey?
You can do it for
free. I'm asking you as the expert, but are you? So are there different tiers?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, and
with those tiers, as I said, will come the greater levels of access.
I mean, some people just it's straight up free. Like you can be Steve's only fan, and buy
I'll probably have just one fan.
But I mean, I could in theory, buy access to your comedy. I could buy, Steve, if you wanted to post like old routines that you did as stand up or whatever, and wanted to cultivate a little community of what you sell, of what you're known for, you can do that. And that's sort of what OnlyFans was designed for. And then it became what it is now.
And then also, all right, so you can sign up as a member, right? So it's like $25 a month or whatever. But then that person can also make content that you have to pay extra for.
Right.
Let me ask you. Because the amount of money, at least that the documentary series suggested, to be made passively. I think you talk about Sid Wilder. Sid Wilder invests, I think, what appears to be a good amount of work and effort into the production of the videos. At least it ends up on Instagram that are teasers.
Yeah, and you know that it probably goes a lot further on her OnlyFans account. But she's definitely spending money on the production for sure.
She looks great. She's very talented. So, but so what? You have a ring light in your bedroom with a couple of those hanging lights, and you put on a little production and start picking up extra money. Would you, years ago, would it be something you would entertain?
I don't know. I mean, listen, people have been doing the webcam thing for a long time.
Yes, yeah.
And
what makes this different, do you think, for a lot of people?
That's what I'm curious.
Yeah.
I get.
By the way, you can use a pseudonym if you call in.
Yeah, by the way, nobody's called in. I'm like, come on, man.
We know it's
we got a pretty good sized audience here, and I know you're listening, and I know you have an account, but you can remain anonymous if you want to. But yeah, I don't know what the difference is. I don't know why this is more appealing than what's already been around for a long time. Why this platform?
Well, it's
took
more
off the way it did.
homegrown stuff. You know what I mean? I think so. It's not.
You're not a second page on Pornhub. This is more of a at least the perception, Casey, is that it's more.
Well, I know
grassroots.
My personal taste. I don't really. I don't want to sound. I don't like porn stars. They don't do it for you. They don't do it for me. Right. I prefer everyday people.
Yes.
But there's some pretty stunning people that could be of porn star quality that are all over that.
I'd like you to join me at home.
Oh my God!
Anytime.
Bill
has a fans only account.
Silver Pony.
Today at 2 o'clock, I'll be trimming my hair. My down there hair.
I think part of the appeal to Queso is if you did like porn stars, like if you liked Lisa Ann, for example, and I don't know if she does or if she doesn't, but if she had an OnlyFans, it's sort of like this bridge in between just watching porn on the internet and Instagram, right? Like through Instagram, you get to know these people a little bit more. You get to see some of the personalities. Okay. So it's not just watching porn and taking care of yourself.
Yeah.
It's being connected to these people, and that's what the appeal is that you feel like you actually have a connection to them.
Let me ask you. So, what level? This asks, and it begs the question. Something actually approach in the Hulu documentary. Do you think you have a level of exhibitionism in any one of us?
Me?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I absolutely do. I run past the mirror.
No. Oh my God.
I couldn't. No.
Man, I caught a glimpse of my right boob in the mirror the other day. And I was oh God. I was so mad at myself.
I will shave and I will focus in on things. I just lock on the razor. I don't want to see what it's going across. I don't want to be reminded. Right. So I'm the antithesis of the exhibitionist.
So the other thing about so there's this whole social media aspect of it, right?
Right.
So where like if you go to like any of the hot girls that you follow on Instagram, they all follow each other, right?
They do.
Same thing with OnlyFans, right? So like they'll be like, follow this girl, and so they hope to gain more traction that way. So there is a nice community within the community, if that makes any sense.
I hear you.
I'm like completely lost on all of this.
Yeah, it does nothing for you. Yeah.
You do your straight streaming.
No,
you own your own streaming service.
I even though you guys are explaining it like Nick seems to know a lot about it. I still don't understand. Like it just doesn't make sense. It seems to me it's just another way to get porn that they don't want to put out there.
I mean, essentially that's it. And you can get porn from people that.
Your thing, though, what you mentioned earlier, is the key, Casey, is that the perception is this is somebody next door.
Yeah.
This is it is a more open, a larger umbrella. We keep getting calls, they keep hanging up.
Well, here's the deal. Like, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I subscribed for 2 different females, right? For a month. Right. I was like, and it was just based out of curiosity. It was because I actually knew them. And my wife was like, what is this all about? Why is that so gross?
I'm doing this for work.
And I said, she said, I think she used the word shady. She goes, why are you so shady? I go, it's not shady. I go, it's creepy, but it's not shady.
You can't tell us who it was? We all know who it is?
Just keep it anonymous.
Okay.
Just keep it anonymous.
So it's one person who you think is. Now, the other one, it actually, believe it or not, it's going to sound weird, but there was a more... there's a better reason for it.
It was spiritual.
The other person is trying to move home. And then they need money. So they got into a situation getting out of it somewhere else, out of a bad relationship. They're trying to raise money to come back to Philadelphia. I was like, all right, here's $25. You know what I mean? Like,
so you had to join OnlyFans?
Here's $25. Let me see your boobies.
You couldn't just Venmo?
Right, exactly.
I might as well get something out of it. I want to see something out of it.
Listen, I'm trying to help this. This is a person I have great respect for. If I could spend 20 minutes looking at her vag, I'd gladly send her the money.
Thank you.
What about Venmo?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but...
Yeah,
it's
someone we definitely know. I know who you're talking about.
I think I know who you're talking about, too.
The other person that Casey was referencing, we've asked before, she can't call in right now, but she has another job. And we've talked about, and by the way, I do know a lot about it, Kath.
I know. I didn't mean it as...
I know you don't. I find this version of the economy fascinating. I find Uber and Grubhub and direct... direct marketing is not the right way to frame it, but access to purchasing something directly from somebody and that convenience, I really find fascinating. So,
it is. There is a particular phrasing of it, Nick, and it is eluding me.
Right.
And it is that it is sort of a subsect of the economy that is actually huge now. It's like... and
OnlyFans serves that in the porn world. And so the person that we know, that Casey referenced, that we've talked about before, and I won't say her name right now, we've asked how much she makes. And she just texted me, anywhere between $6,000 and $10,000 a month.
Wow.
$6,000 and $10,000 a month.
Now, by the way,
and she has a second job. OnlyFans is not her primary form of income. So
and they're the boss. Like, here's the deal. Like,
she controls it.
It's very, very empowering.
Samantha, I'm going to be in my bedroom showing some guys my balls.
So, like, you have to, if you're like a feminist or whatever, like, then you have to be like 100%. You have to support this because it's like, this is where the woman has, well, hopefully, has to say in
control
what her content is, how much she is charging.
Dude, if anybody cared to see my balls for $10,000 a month, I would gladly do that.
And Preston,
my fear is just like,
no one's gonna care.
Laugh at it or whatever.
You show up at the barbecue and there's a big blow up mural of your ball sack.
Think about that's $120,000 a year if you're knocking it out regularly.
I mean, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
And that would be sort of lower end. I mean, that's middle to lower end for people who are putting up a lot more content. Crazy amounts of money.
All right, hang on. We got some takers.
Right.
I'm going to go.
Now that we're talking money,
I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Oh, hang on real quick, Courtney. Steve, is the term you're looking for gig economy?
Gig economy. Thank you.
I'm familiar with that term. Okay. So, Courtney, how long have you been doing pictures and videos on OnlyFans?
Well, I stopped doing it, but I was doing it for about 6 months, and I did, like, feet pictures.
Feet pictures.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Do anything, like, sexual, like, no, like, body parts that you wouldn't see on the.
Okay, so just doing feet, that has no appeal to me. Right. But there are people out there, and what kind of money were you making weekly or monthly basis?
I personally wasn't making that much, maybe like $20 a month. But I have a lot of friends in the industry that do.
Oh, you're breaking up. You have a lot of friends in the industry that will actually do this as a full-time career?
Yes, full-time. They, make a lot of money off of it, but they do full-on, dom, femme things and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay.
Now, the reason, the main for the people that are doing it, like us, that are actually creating these, is, in the porn industry, it's kind of like Hollywood in a way. You got to go through all these bells and whistles and deal with scummy people and all these things. But fans, we're in charge of our own money and our own content and what we decide to put out, what we want to do with whoever we want to do it with.
Right.
So we have full control over the money we're making. But we're also a lot of them we consider themselves sex workers.
And therein obviously lies the attraction, and so that is why, as Nick was saying, and a lot of the people who do it, they have that complete control. There's a percentage that goes to OnlyFans, correct?
Right. Yes, there is, but for the most part, you're in control of everything.
Right.
The content you put out, who you want to view your stuff. Deny someone if they are trying to, if they want to pay, but
nope, we're losing you a little bit.
Okay.
See, if you stayed on a little bit longer, you could have got a better phone.
Interesting. All right, Courtney, thanks for the heads up. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right,
to do foot fetish stuff would be
especially if
you're a foot model
and you're remaining anonymous. So that's the other thing. Now, she was talking about her friends that do the dom stuff and all that. If you're putting yourself out there. There can be consequences to that in the outside of the online world of keeping another job and so on. So you have to hope that this becomes a career for you in case that can interfere with whatever you can do work-wise in the real world, because some people don't approve of that depending on their type of business that they have, So you've seen things where teachers have gone on and done nothing that's explicit, but have lost their jobs because they're even flirting in that territory.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because actually one of the people they highlighted when this first edict came down about removing any really porn content from OnlyFans was actually a teacher, Preston. So and she had set it up where she was a teacher in that general area. Those videos could not run, or no one could access the account from that area. Yeah. But outside that area, she could get business.
All right, let me get some other calls. Jay is on the line. Hi, Jay. Good morning to you.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So I had my own OnlyFans during the whole COVID thing, and I made about $3,000 myself in the first 2 months.
Okay.
And then my ex-girlfriend ended up contacting me, asked me if I could help her, get her viewings up.
Jay, real quick before we find out about her, what type of videos were you doing, or pictures, or whatever you may have put the content?
For me, I was doing in the beginning. I did graffiti pictures, and then I was getting a lot of requests for off shirt pictures with my artwork. So I started doing that, and then I got, requests for more.
Okay.
And, that's how my viewings actually went up. And then for her, when she asked me to join, she was full porn pretty much, all nudes, lingerie.
All right.
And she did, fetish requests and all that. Well, she asked me to come aboard. A month and a half of us doing videos together, we made together around $26,000 in a month and a half.
A month and a half. And were you engaging in intercourse and things like that, or were you just naked?
Both.
Okay.
So Jay, what percentage of that ended up with OnlyFans?
So OnlyFans, for the way we did it, they got about about 7.5%.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean. So you walked away with a decent chunk of cash. Is this something you think you are going to pursue? Was it a one-off, or where do you stand with it now?
Well, me personally, I'm done.
Okay.
My new girlfriend and my job do not approve, so
right.
I'm officially done. My OnlyFans now is just my artwork. and it's nowhere where it was in the beginning.
Right.
But hers, on the other hand, hers took off. Like, she supports her account through, like, TikTok, Instagram, and all that, and that's how people know of her.
That is exactly the mechanism. You'll see it. So if you just go through the general feed on TikTok, so many of the people that'll pop up are people who are trying to see more on OnlyFans.
And on Instagram, hey, you like what you see?
Yeah,
you want to see more? Go over to OnlyFans. This is just a tease. So some of the other social media is being used as a tease, as an advertising campaign.
Even for LinkedIn, Preston.
For the real thing.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Which is
I'll tell you what, though, you get some crazy requests, and you got some people that spend a lot of money. I mean, we had this one guy who gave us $500 for a video of me licking her feet.
For $500,
the foot thing, and I know somebody who was offered to make some money on OnlyFans with feet pictures, and she turned it down. And she's an attractive young person, but it would have been easy money, in my opinion.
You have to say what is your things. One of the callers that is no longer up there, a lot of people are bailing, but at least in the description it said her friend made $96,000 in 1 year simply cleaning the house in her underwear.
Yeah, I saw that.
I've heard of a couple of people that cleaning their house in like sexy stuff.
You should do that, Kath.
No, I wouldn't want to.
Anyway.
I wouldn't want. Yeah, I know.
Hey, it's easy money.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Jay. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
I don't know what and I don't want to sound mean, although I guess what the hell's the difference at this point?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Do you converse with the people, or are they just logging onto your website?
I don't know.
I think that's your choice.
Like I don't think I would want. I wouldn't want to go. I mean, first of all, I would never do this. I would never want to do this. But I wouldn't want to. I specifically wouldn't want to go back and forth with the people.
Oh, and engage with them as far as text and messages back and forth. I would imagine.
Like even if so Nick, you were talking about somebody who was offered the feet picture. You never see their face. You would have no idea it was them. But like if she were to have to email back and forth or go back and forth with somebody, and even just. I wouldn't do that.
I would think that would be up to you, and if you are a savvy business person, it is a way to keep a relationship alive and keep that money coming in. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. If that's part of it, there's no way.
I think it has to be, but it can be.
Do it, but make your contact Marissa at WMMR.com.
She's really good at getting back to
She does everything else. Here,
she's very thorough.
Run this for me.
No, it's good for business. Like, and it's aggressive marketing when you contact, and that's part of the appeal too, because you can contact your customers directly.
Yes.
You can reach out to them and say, "Hey, thanks for following, thanks for watching, whatever," and that spurns more business.
By the way, here's a text that says, "I feel like you need a big peen to do this. If you're a guy, no one wants to see a micro penis. You know what?
You would be surprised.
I'll bet you.
That's all I want to see.
Fetish for everything,
every effing thing under the sun.
Yeah."
And so the thing is, I guess what happens, like for me, it's an outlandish concept. First of all, I don't like looking at myself. A and B, there are other things. It's just, we talked about this many times. We're fascinated by these different lifestyles, but it's something that holds no interest to us personally. But for someone, I guess the stigma gets whittled down with these things. If you're doing it in your own home on your own terms, look at what happened here we had the two porn guys who were, Ron Jeremy.
And Peter North,
they were in an industry that clearly they were doing horrific things with people they were working with. Mm-hmm. Here, someone can, as you said, Nick, can take complete ownership and do it to whatever level their comfortability allows them to do.
I said there's a fetish for everything. So if I were to do this, I would have to market myself as a little below average guy. You think there's a fetish
for that? Would be huge. I mean, honestly, there may be some. If I get on, and I will. Here, I'll do. I'll show my junk to make other guys feel better about theirs. It's the best site ever, man. I feel so hung after looking at this guy's site.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't referring to my junk. I'm just talking about me as a person. My junk is slightly above average, but I wouldn't want to market that either. So, hang on a second here. Let me go to Leon, who wants to comment. Hi, Leon. Good morning to you.
Hey guys.
Leon! What's up, man?
Hey, so the whole OnlyFans thing. I'm a married man. My wife has an OnlyFans. She got laid off from work for a little bit last year, so she just did it, kind of just as a gag, just see how much she could possibly make and everything like that. We did not expect for her to blow up. And at first, she was only doing she was just doing pictures. She does she's really good at makeup and stuff like that. So she does a lot of cosplay and stuff like that.
Yeah, cosplay is huge.
So, yeah, it was. And so she was getting requests from people like that. And, she came to me. I knew she had it, but she eventually came to me and was like, hey, do you want to, do a little bit more?
So for you and her to do some sexual stuff for your OnlyFans page.
Exactly.
Okay.
But after that, people were sending requests hey, I want to see Harley Quinn get nailed and stuff like that.
Right.
And after that, it blew up.
So when you say, and if you can give us an idea, how much did it blow up? How much money was coming in or is coming in?
So when she was just doing the pictures and stuff like that, she was making decent. I would say maybe 1,000 to 2,000 a month off of it, like that.
That's good.
But it was nice, a little extra money and everything like that. But since we started doing the videos and stuff like that, and it I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but it helps that I am perfectly fine with what the good Lord provided me.
Okay.
So,
I like how you put that.
Well done. Listen, I like your approach.
Yeah,
you've got a major hog, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm happy with it.
Okay.
But
and the good Lord.
So after that, doing the videos and everything like that, she in her best month, which was, I want to say in May, we made 14 grand.
Wow. One month.
Just about 14. And now, on average, between then and now, in the past couple months, it's right around probably between 8 and 10 grand.
Okay.
I mean, that's as you point out, Preston. That's 120 grand a year for that. So is that your net or your gross, Leon?
That is our gross.
Okay.
So after everything, it's probably just closer to maybe between 5 and 8. I would say
you got to pay for those Harley Quinn costumes.
Yeah. Oh, you her. She took over my side of our walk-in closet with her costume.
Well, that's a business expense, right?
You had to get a Panavision camera to capture that huge junk of yours.
I will be full on writing that off of my taxes this year.
Claiming all that.
All of this is going away now?
No. They reversed it. So they announced that they were going to cancel all explicit material, and 3 days later they came back and said, about that.
Never mind.
We're reversing that.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
And Leon, that had to be good news for you, right?
Oh, I don't mind. I get laid as much as I want and everything like that. And we still she's back to work. She works in the medical field. I've been, I never lost. I work for
for Beasley.
Radio group.
What office are you in?
I work for a landscaping company and stuff like that.
All right.
And I make good money. When she's at work, she makes good. She's a registered nurse.
So you're pulling in enough money with your regular. So this is really fun money for you, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I got I bought a new car, and we went to Hawaii a couple months ago.
Leon, do the guys you work with know what you do?
Oh, hell yeah. I brag to them all the time.
Okay, yeah.
I brag to them all the time.
There you go.
But it also helps, my wife is a smoke show. It is. I am I'll say this. I am a very lucky man. I don't care what people in her family found out one way or another. Her mom and dad don't know. That would be a whole different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But there've been people that have come up to us, her cousins, stuff like that.
Okay.
Hey, and her girl cousins that are around her age. We're up. I'm 30. She's 29.
Okay.
But we have
Leon. Did the family members ever comment on what the good Lord gave you?
What's that? Oh, I don't think they've ever seen. I hope they've never watched the video.
That's the the other thing about it.
Why don't we let Leon carve the turkey?
That's like some Alabama family reunion kind of stuff right there.
Right, yeah. But you seem to have a really good take on this, and so we were just curious because this OnlyFans has clearly appealed to people who prior to this probably wouldn't have even considered anything like this. But you're saying for you it works at this level.
I mean, in all honesty, if you have any people out there, if you have any doubts, try it, because we did not expect to we just bought a house.
Yeah.
We're it's awesome. Our kids, we have kids. Our kids, we're out of an apartment. There's not 6 of us jammed in a 3-bedroom apartment anymore. We have a 4-bedroom house on 2 acres of land. People out there, give it a shot. You don't know what it could possibly turn into. It could honestly change your life. I got a car and a motorcycle this year. Hawaii, my wife, I got freaking, it's probably like Kathy's house or something like that. I got freaking 14 Amazon packages a day.
There we go.
And half of them are new costumes. I'm like, hey, kids go to bed tonight. So who do you want to be tonight? Catwoman or Wonder Woman? You pick.
Hey, let me ask you, has anyone ever requested Harlan Sanders, Colonel Sanders?
So are you dressing your kids in the same costume that you bang your wife in?
I mean, no.
No. You got to have a separation.
Yeah.
I'm straight Delco, born and raised.
Yeah, sounds like it.
That's a whole different level of Delco right now.
That's too much Delco.
Wow.
That's when people from Philly are like, oh, you're from Delco. That's the kind of, there you go. But that's the kind of Delco that they're talking about.
Just one quick question.
Didn't I see your wife wear that costume that your daughter's wearing for Halloween this year?
You don't want that. Let me ask you this. There's one thing that in your description up here on our screen, you talk about the fan connection aspect. How does that work? Do you interact with the people who are the fans of your OnlyFans page?
She does.
Okay.
And I don't get they're I don't read the stuff, but I am not a jealous person at all.
Right.
Me and my wife have a wonderful relationship.
Good.
We love each other, everything like that. So I am not a jealous person because, like I said, if anything happens, I have a schlong. So
that's right up there with Confucius. Whatever happens, I have a schlong.
Know thyself.
I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff.
That should go on your gravestone.
To thine own schlong be true.
Yeah, just put it on when you pass away. Whatever happens, I have a schlong. Should go right on your gravestone.
Yeah. Don't even use a tombstone. Just use your member above the ground.
What's this bump here in the ground?
If her parents find out, it'll probably be relatively soon. So,
all right.
But it's been nice. It's been fun. That's probably the best way to describe it. It's been fun.
But Leon, you guys are done with that, right?
No, we're still doing it.
Still doing
you're
it.
still
No,
doing it.
he's
Okay,
still
I'm
active.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I want a boat.
He wants a boat.
Hey, let me ask you this, Leon. If someone has an account, can they give a password to friends or somebody who they want to share for free to go and check it out?
That's more of a wife question. I just show up when she tells me.
You just show up with your schlong.
Yes, you're an actor for hire.
I'm curious about that because we have several people that we have known through the years that have these, and I'm curious, can they give us a little, not an administrator account, but here, this is a link that will allow you to view what I do for free for a limited amount of time.
So I don't think you can because when she first started to build her fan base for her first 2 or 3 months, it was free. She made it free. So all you needed was an account to log in,
right?
And you could just view her stuff. But then she made it where it was right now I think she charges $14. She's running a special. It's a special month.
Yes.
So she's running a special. It's I think it's 20% off or something like that. So it's $15 or something like that a month now.
Okay.
So is this part of the back to school savings?
Yeah, I'm looking at basically. But I'm looking at her account right now. So yeah, it's 20% off, $15 a month for right now. But ever since she made it, people have to pay to view her stuff. I don't I don't talk to the people that are her members, but I don't know if they had to subscribe.
Oh, and by the way,
or anything like
Kathy was asking about engagement. Does she engage with these people online and kind of spur them along to spend more money?
Yeah, that's what I meant when I don't get jealous.
You don't get jealous.
Okay,
you know that she's working the account that way to bring in more business. Obviously, it's working. You're currently doing it.
Yeah.
It sounds like it works for you. So that's kind of what we were interested in, how this is being incorporated into someone who's, say, like not straight up from the porn industry, who's just a person who's maybe in your neighborhood who said, let me take a crack at this and see how it works. And you're here to say, for you and your wife, it's working very well.
Yeah, I'm if Steve was my age, I'm living a dream. I get to bang Wonder Woman, Batgirl, Catwoman.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. I honestly. I enjoy the hell out of it.
You're living the dream, Leon. You're living
Exactly.
the dream. Hey, and by the way, if you find out that there is a link that we can check, send that over to us. We want to see what's going on over here. Yeah.
I'll email it to you guys, and I'll tell her to give you a nice discount on it.
Thank you.
Whatever happens.
Tell me, do you offer discounts?
All right. Thank you, Leon. We'll see you.
All right, guys, have a nice flight.
All right.
Have a nice flight.
Nice flight. I love it. Oh, my God. All right. Well, there you go. Some text coming in saying, yes, you can give free trials and subscriptions to people. So I think we're owed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know if this is accurate, but George here, Preston, says that somebody
subscribed to made $4.2 million a month.
In a month?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Maybe we don't have time to get to the calls. I appreciate it. But nonetheless, so OnlyFans had reversed their decision, which was made last week or this past weekend, that they were going to be banning pornography and no more. No, that's a bang away.
Yes.
My wife sends me a text. Tell this guy to save his money. That's what my wife's on her.
Yeah, stop
her mind.
Stop buying motorcycles.
Stop buying motorcycles and boats. Invest wisely.
Invest 401k.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, we need to take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and bizarre file and an announcement to go along with that too. So stay put. We'll be back in a bit.
Preston and Steve. presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Maury's Piers. You can celebrate Oktoberfest at Maury's Piers with MMR's Big Friggin' Deal.
Cool.
This week, 2 one-day ride passes for Maury's Piers Oktoberfest are only $45. You can get this exclusive offer now through Sunday at WMMR.com. The keyword is deal. So you want to hurry up on this because supplies are limited. Okay, we'll start with it. You remember I told you about the money shot?
Yes, the money shot.
In a bizarre turn of events, an Indian man died after using epoxy resin or super duper intense glue in lieu of a condom during intercourse with his former fiance. Killed him.
He covered his junk in glue.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of it he covered in glue. I don't know if he just closed the exit portal or what. But
oh my God.
Wait,
we don't think he fashioned a full condom out of it, right?
I don't know.
You would just... Who knows?
His family is now asking for police to conduct a more thorough investigation into their son's death. The Times of India reported the incident took place at a hotel. Once inside, police said that the man, identified as 25-year-old Salman Mirza, and his ex-fiancée wanted to hook up, but the couple didn't have a condom, and that's when they decided to get creative. The police said since they did not have any protection, they decided to apply this adhesive on his private parts to ensure that she does not get pregnant.
Well, why didn't she just glue herself closed?
Police further explained the couple regularly carried the adhesive on their person.
For just such a...
No. Local outlets allege that Mirza and his ex-fiancée were addicted to drugs, and they would often inhale the epoxy.
Well, there you go. Yeah, this was just bound to happen then.
Which would also be mixed with a whitener, which I don't know what that is. But acquaintances told police that on the night before his ill-timed death, Mirza and his ex-fiancée were under the influence of this drug cocktail when they decided to also use the epoxy as their contraceptive.
The reason for the dying, though,
I don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, so the next day, I don't know if it was because of that, or this is just a little side detail to this.
Fun fact.
Yeah, fun fact. Guy glued his penis shut. The next day, Mirza was found lying unconscious near an apartment complex. I got to believe it was a drug overdose.
Oh my God!
But yeah, that's what you do on drugs, kids.
Yeah.
A man's plan to sell his high-performance sports car was upended when he flipped that car on a highway. This is in North Carolina. The single-car crash, which was near North Carolina Highway 11, had taken place. Spencer Everett is his name, and he said that he pulled onto the highway and, quote, gunned it. Everett then lost control of the 2020 Stingray Corvette, ran off the road and into a ditch. He said he was selling the car Tuesday and that the ride was his, quote, last hurrah.
Yeah,
and he
sure was.
Dude, he destroyed it.
What was the vehicle, did you say?
It was a 2020 Stingray.
Oh, my God.
Everett was injured in the crash. He was charged. He wasn't injured in the crash, but he was charged with reckless driving. Yeah. On August 23rd, Della Marie Gibson pleaded guilty before United States Magistrate Judge H. Bruce Guyton on 2 counts of sending biohazard materials through the U.S. mail. The court imposed a 2-year sentence of probation. So, on or about April 5th, Gibson mailed and had delivered, using the United States Postal Service, a package containing feces to her husband's ex-wife.
Doo-doo feces.
And on or about April 9th, Gibson obtained human blood from a patient during her regular duties as a registered nurse and placed the patient's blood on a female napkin, which Gibson then mailed to the same victim using the post as well.
Do me a favor, crap in this envelope.
While on probation, Gibson will be supervised and must undergo mental health treatment, anger management treatment, and have no contact with the victim or her minor children. In addition, Gibson is prohibited from obtaining or seeking a position in the healthcare field involving direct contact with patients. So she was sending poop and blood through the mail, and therefore I guess she faced federal charges.
Yeah, absolutely. I think someone's ready for an OnlyFans account.
Porch pirates aren't always human. A homeowner in Bristol, Connecticut recently posted a video to Facebook that shows a bear taking her Amazon package from her front steps and walking down the driveway with it. Kristen Levine says...
Oh, awesome, it's a hair crimper.
She doesn't know why the bear was interested in the package, as all it contained was a roll of toilet paper. Maybe it's like that commercial,
Right,
that Cottonelle commercial.
Oh, that commercial. That Bear family's obsessed with their asses.
They wipe their asses. She added the package later, turned up in a neighbor's yard, so they were able to get it back. This is tragic. A kite surfer in Florida died yesterday after a strong wind picked the man up off the ground, carried him 400 feet, and slammed him into the second floor of a house on Fort Lauderdale Beach.
I see the guys doing this, and I'm like, it looks fun until they start to really rock it up, I'm like, nah, I don't think I'd have a stomach for that.
Yeah. Fire rescue officials said the kite surfer hadn't even gotten into the water yet, and a strong wind lifted him into the air and then into the house. He was taken to a hospital where he died a few hours later. The victim's name was not immediately released. In the sport, by the way, participants usually hook a large kite to a body harness. They hold onto a bar, and then they put their feet into straps attached to a surfboard. They then use the kite to pull them through the water. But kites usually come with a safety release system, and it can quickly disconnect the surfer if they lose control or they catch a dangerous wind. But it's not known if the victim's kite had such a system or whether he had tried to activate it or not.
I'm wondering if the natural inclination is to clamp on tighter if it's starting to get away from you and you forget that you have that ability to disconnect it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you would think so. But if somebody who's done it for a while, I would assume knows what the story is. But that's messed up. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Okay, so we have an announcement to make, and it's a yearly event that takes place on MMR, and we're excited to announce it once again. It is time, and I'll give you the starting dates and all that stuff. It is time for MMR's Back to School A to Z.
Love this.
Now, we absolutely know that listeners of WMMR love this feature. And I think we convey this message, but we, as the DJs and staff here at MMR, might even love it more than you do.
It's quite possible.
It is so much fun for us to play songs that a lot of times don't get played in certain times of the day or just have been rested for a long time and haven't been in our rotation. And it's a blast to kind of go through this musical catalog, this extensive MM Archive catalog.
What other station could pull off this sort of what do you call it, stunt programming? We have this incredible amount of music. You're not repeating any songs. It goes on and on. The amount of stuff in our library is crazy.
So what's cool is that it begins with us, the Preston and Steve Show.
It's the first time ever, right?
And in fact, it will start Thursday morning, next Thursday, a week from today at 6 a.m. with the Preston and Steve Show. I thought I'd bring back the music for a moment. We get to start it. Normally, it's been all over the clock. I've heard Pierre started, I've heard Jackson started, everybody started, but we get to begin.
I think it's because we're in the Hall of Fame now.
You think finally we get some consideration like that?
This.
So we'll start that next Thursday at 6 a.m. And as we've said before, this is just a great laundry list of cool tunes that's good to have as a reference for yourself if you're building a playlist or need songs for a special occasion or something like that.
Do we know are we starting with numbers?
I believe we start with numbers. And I think Chuck will argue that that's not really the alphabet.
I think you might even start with
punctuation marks?
Yeah, characters.
Like what's an example of a song?
Like the hashtag, right? So if I'm looking at our songs right now in alphabetical order, the first song is not necessarily. Well, hang on a second. Oh wait, no, I got to go by title here. So the very first song in our catalog. Do you want me to play it for you?
Sure, go ahead.
Is this?
Oh, it's from Garbage. Charlie Manson's birthday today, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's called Number One Crush, and the number is the hashtag symbol. And then there's John Lennon, his Number 9 Dream, because technically that is a character that starts in front of a digit. Okay, well maybe that begins there. I don't know.
We'll
find out a week from today.
Just a tease.
I just drooled there a little bit.
You're salivating over this.
So excited over MMR's Back to School A to Z. All right, so there you go. And we don't know how long it'll last. That's the thing about A to Z. We have no idea. We have a slight guesstimation as to when things usually wrap up, but it always goes past that.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
We always end up short.
All right, so we are going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We do have a guest joining us. Robert Kelly will be on. He's at Punchline. We'll talk to him in a few minutes. But also, I'd like to give away a case of Michelob Ultra Organic Seltzer. And we'll take caller number 16, 215-263, WMMR. Michelob Ultra Organic Seltzer. Seltzer delivers a clean and pure liquid that is as real as it tastes. You can enjoy Michelob Ultra Organic Seltzer at Pints and Pies on Northampton Street in Easton, PA. 16th caller, Chores. Back in a moment. moisture in the air, as measured by the dew points, this could become the muggiest summer since 1995.
Muggiest?
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way, though, does it?
Oh, it does.
Yeah, okay.
We've had 6 heat waves.
Yeah.
We're currently in the 6th.
You've been at the beach a lot. It's better at the beach than it is around here.
Exactly.
I'm trying to think of like when I'm leaving the office building, because I spend more time here than I do down there.
You're out there, you and Preston out there clamming and singing your calypso music and waiting for the banana boats to come back in.
No, what I've been doing a lot is working on my golf game. So I've been going to a driving range, hitting golf balls like every single day.
Yeah.
And I come back completely drenched as if I jumped in a swimming pool.
Yes. So it is that, like, for example, again, if I'm out mowing the lawn and I'm going to get hot, I'm going to get sweaty.
And you're supposed
it's
to
not
be,
a problem.
Exactly.
But otherwise, I'm like, even with the umbrellas out stuff and everything, which is great, and that we do have a pool, which is, I thank God my wife wanted one.
Mm-hmm.
But I go inside. I've been spending so much of this summer inside.
So I wear a baseball hat when I'm hitting golf balls, and and that will act as kind of a sweat grabber on my forehead. But this year, more often than not, it's dripping down my face. It's getting in my eyes. I'm like, is it just me?
No.
Is this out of the ordinary? It has been crazy muggy.
I bought one of those super wide hats
brim.
that shade your shoulders and shade the people next to you and the people in the town over you. That's how wide the brim is. And Preston, when I take that sucker off, it's like a shower comes down. Now, maybe with you, because I know when you go to the driving range, you also wear elbow length Audrey Hepburn gloves.
They look great.
and
they keep the clubs from slipping in your hand.
Are they silk?
No, mine aren't silk. They're leather.
Okay.
So
That's why it's so hot.
Always part of the problem.
Right.
The sweat dripping, the hats or whatever. It prevents me. I think ahead of time about not putting on sunscreen because it bothers my eyes so much.
All right. Now we're bringing up. These are all relevant. So I wear sunblock every day because I have the vitiligo. I have the splotchy skin. I have to be more sensitive to the sun, and I've been told by the dermatologist that I'm doing an excellent job, which is great. But I for years of going out with this sunblock on the top of my head that will invariably drip down into my eyes, and it is the water-resistant sunblock, right? So what happens is when it gets in your eyes, your tears are going to do nothing to break it down. So literally...
Do you have a glaze that are things kind of blurry, too, when it gets in your eyes?
I can't, because my eyes, I don't open my eyes because it hurts so much. So I will put, like, the sunblock like that from mid-cheek down, and then I'll either wear a hat... to cover the top of my head, or very light, like a kid's 50 sunblock.
Yeah. What's great is
that's not like Brando in the Island of Dr. Moreau.
Basically, I should have the big white thing.
What you should really try to do is sweat into your eyes so you go blind as you're going 25 miles per hour on your bike.
On a bicycle,
off of a bridge. That's like the way to go. I found, because I was having such an issue with the sweat going into my eyes, I had to get new sunglasses that are better for that. And then also I got a headband. It's called Gutter. I think it's spelled G-U-T-R.
They're good.
And basically, Preston, it's a gutter that goes across your head, and it pulls the sweat like down off to the over your eyes.
You've got to show me this. Is it a baseball hat?
No. It's a headband.
All right.
Oh, it's a headband.
It actually has like case. I've seen it. It has basically like a built-in trough to redirect the sweat.
When I was actively taking Krav Maga, Ernie, the owner, I wore a sweatband on my forehead one time, and he busted my balls about it, and I had, because it kept getting my eyes.
Yes.
And so I am now. I'm scarred. I don't wear sweatbands. Is that it?
Yeah.
That is really stupid looking.
I know,
but as long as it works.
But
wait, how does it not just go over the band?
Well, because all right, so what you can't see in the picture here, Kathy, is that the band isn't just a band. There's a trough there. Do you see that?
Oh, that's disgusting. So is it collecting it, and like when you take it off?
And
what it does, it redistributes it. It runs to a pipe that goes down your butthole.
It goes down your back and into your ass crack.
Kathy, it's like a gutter. It redistributes it onto the side.
Got it. Sorry.
So, I know it looks ridiculous, but you can't really tell because I'm wearing a bike helmet at the same time.
Right.
Okay.
So you can't.
Case,
and then
my friend swears by it.
Yeah.
He says it rocks. He's a cyclist as well.
Is that why it's called a gutter? Because
because it's a gutter.
Gotcha.
So
and then. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say. So, what I hate so much in the summer and when it's this hot out is putting lotion on. So, not sunscreen, just regular daily
I don't
lotion,
put regular
and not,
lotion on.
not my face, just
moisturizing lotion.
like my.
Yes.
Well, yes, and my legs and my arms. So a lot of times I won't. Like if I'll shower after the gym, if I'm not really going out anywhere, I won't put it on. So I was in Target the other day and I just ran out quick and I had shorts and a tank top on just to grab some things at Target real quick. And of course I run into Angela of all people. We're talking. She goes, "You need some moisturizer, sweetheart." I'm like, "Of course you would notice that." Like,
yeah, of course Angela's going to get. She and she's the one who has the validity to criticize the way we all look at she's on top all the time.
This is a side topic, but what's with all the moisturizing? I mean, that's a woman thing, right?
Well, no. If you had really dry arms or anything, will you?
Yeah, I mean, but I think we deal with more dryness than. All right, it's a side topic. It's a different story.
Can I jump in here quickly on this?
You have hair to cover it.
That's true.
And somebody asked, one of my wife's friends was over at the house, and why don't you use the pool a lot? I shower 3 times a day. With the different workouts I do, I'm like wet so often that I savor my dryness. But like sometimes, like last today, I was working. I was done working out. I was sweating. And I went to, this is it, I scratched my arm.
Oh, you took a layer of skin
off.
Right,
because it was like I had tenderized my arm, and I did that to myself just by
scratching.
Yes.
Wow, that's a pretty big scar.
I do notice at the gym, I'm definitely sweating way more. I actually thought to myself, I was like, is it my age? Am I sweating more now? But I think it is. It's not my age. I think it's the humidity.
No, it's definitely not your age.
It is. It's pervasive. And I will contend this as well, even with AC on and everything, which is certainly wonderful, and I adore it. You still can sort of feel it inside. There's an energy suck. It's enervating in some way.
Yeah.
And what really I think impacts this, Preston, to that article, talk about sleep. Trying to get comfortable on nights that are as oppressively humid as they have been throughout this summer.
I have
get a sleep number, Ben. By the way,
well, yeah, I used to always have to sleep 100%, except for my head, my body underneath the covers, and I can't do that anymore.
No. There's no effing way.
Yeah,
I sleep on top of the covers.
So the atmospheric moisture has been contributing to the frequent rains, which in turn have contributed to the moisture, which in turn has been a challenge to the body's ingenious cooling system. When sweat evaporates, it gives off a cooling effect. But if the air is moisture laden, sweat can become a dripping source of torment. Think of like an air conditioner during a power failure. Dew point, by the way, is the temperature at which water vapor in the air condenses into a liquid. If the overnight temperature reaches 70 and the dew point is 70, then dew will form on the grass and on your car and stuff like that. So that's how that works. That's what the dew point means. So it is in conjunction with a temperature. Meteorologists view it as a far better indicator of how much moisture in the atmosphere is, or how much moisture the atmosphere is holding, as opposed to what you've heard before, relative humidity.
Yes.
Which is relative to the temperature. When it's 90 degrees, the air can hold a lot more water vapor than when it's 70 degrees. So when you hear those dew points, if they're up in like the 60, 70 range, they're really, really high.
And do they know what the origins of all of this is? Like where it started in the first place?
Newark.
I find massive trends like this really fascinating because, the West is going through this mega drought and they don't have anything of like
and
what
we're
going
sopping
through.
wet.
Right. So why can't we bottle our air and send it to them? No, I mean, like, why are they suffering such a drought and we can't stop sweating our balls off?
It is a bizarre. Listen, as you said, President, we've all observed, people will come here and they think, oh, Philadelphia, it's the Northeast. You're going to have a summer that's going to be fairly, comfortable. And Philadelphia ranks at least as so living on Long Island, for a lot of my life, you had the mitigating effects of the sound, the water between Connecticut and Long Island. And then you had of course, the ocean. So the temperature was always a little bit less. Here, I'd have to say it's as humid a place as I've ever been in my life.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Mike. He's got another problem for sweat in your eyes. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, my man?
Hey, listen, I like to follow him all the time. You know, when you work late, you're out sweating, and I sweat every time I've been down.
Can anybody understand Mike?
Yeah, he's sweating into the phone, I think.
It's hard to understand you, Mike. It doesn't. The signal sounds a little funky.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little better.
Okay, it's called a sweat vac.
A sweat vac.
Yeah, it's actually a skull cap that you wear. It's super thin. It doesn't let anything run down your eyes. I mean, it can be so
Okay.
wet.
All right, it's a skull cap. Oh, okay. We're looking at. Is that what this is right here, guys? The sweat vac? Is that what that is?
I guess so.
The new sweat vac stealth
Does it look like
trucker hat.
a baseball hat?
No, it actually looks like a skull cap.
Yeah.
All right, we'll check it out. It's kind of hard to hear you, Mike.
Yeah.
We'll look into it, but thanks for the heads up, bud. Okay, thank you, buddy. I don't know what you're saying.
He says he's the best in the world.
Okay.
And then he says he has an OnlyFans page.
Oh, okay. Well, why wouldn't he? Sucking up sweat.
So at about the 35, 40-minute mark, when I'm really on the treadmill or just hiking or exercising in general, that's when the sweat starts. And I purposely put in a pause to clear the sweat and move on to the second level of exercise. It is so effing annoying, though, Preston, when it's running in your eyes.
Yeah.
And you have hair, which sort of works as a buffer.
It can, yeah, for a little while. Like it'll probably happen sooner to you.
Right,
That it'll
yeah.
run off your skull and my hair will catch, but eventually it does get sopping wet.
Have you guys
people? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Have you noticed in your homes or in the car when you get in the morning the dew on the inside?
Yeah, on the inside. That happened when I was leaving yesterday.
Yeah.
Here, I went outside and the back windshield was all fogged up. I'm like, that's really weird.
It happened for me on the way into work today, and our bedroom window. It's been happening on the inside, and I
Nick,
guess
there's a man in your car.
Get out of there!
Yeah, and there was this hook on the back bumper. No, but on the
I know what you did last summer.
The bedroom window. And I don't know if it has to do with the dew point and then running the AC on the inside, but yeah, I've noticed it more this summer than ever before.
I think one of the best parts about the AC, and I'd say this to anybody, we have the inverters in the house, which is the different, the units up on the wall that run to external units. It's the extraction of the moisture that it removes that humidity. However, as you know, like during this week, if I get like my bottle of water and it's just remotely chilled and you put it on the table, it sweats up a storm. Immediately.
Yeah. Hey, here's an interesting text to say, have you ever heard of wet bulb syndrome?
No.
When the humidity...
But I think I have it.
When the humidity is so high, sweat can no longer evaporate, and it can cause death similar to heat stroke.
No, I have not heard of that.
Wet bulb syndrome. That's weird. Okay. No.
I had sticky sack. Is that the same thing?
I had that yesterday.
Oh, my God, Preston, I nearly ripped my entire member off. Because it was almost as if I had, like the guy in India who glued his jump shut.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, that hurt.
So the dew point, by the way, well, I mentioned that humidity was forecast to approach 100% early today, which, by the way, the 100% humidity is rain, right? That's what I was told.
It means we should be seeing water outside the window.
That means that it's raining, 100% humidity. Thursday with readings in the low 70s, but it will feel a whole lot hotter in the afternoon today when humidities fall to the mid 50s and temperatures are in the low 90s. Dew points in the afternoon are going to rise toward the steamy mid 70s, so chances are if you're outside with a glass of water, actually beads of water will form on the outside of the glass.
So here's what happens, and you mentioned it earlier about we sort of have become throughout this summer the same weather pattern you would find in southern Florida. Sunny until about like 2 or 3 o'clock, then either like a raging lightning thunderstorm that passes through,
right.
and like so any plans you would have for, and I tweeted about this. Thanks for killing every plan that you ever had in the afternoon throughout this entire summer. It seems like every time you turn around, I'm running upstairs to my wife's room to close the windows, and it's annoying.
I had to go out for
that's why I don't live in Florida.
I had to go out for a nice long bike ride on Saturday because the Bend to Shore is this Sunday, so I had to get like at least one long ride in, and I got out on Saturday, and there had been the threat of rain for the entire time, and I had started in Wildwood. I ended up in New Jersey. New Jersey.
From Wildwood? You made it to me. From Wildwood. All the way to New Jersey.
Yeah, I'm in New Jersey. You just left.
You never left. All the way to Ocean City.
You called from the back of the bicycle.
But the rain never came. Like when I was in Ocean City, I was texting with my wife, and she sent me the radar. She's like, "You better get back here now. Do you want me to come get you, Mister?" Well, she's way more nervous about the rain and thunderstorms than I am. But I mean, riding your bike in the rain's not fun either.
It's hot.
It's dangerous. It's slippery, and brakes don't work.
We saw some people caught in the Cape May area riding bikes, and it was pouring rain. I felt terrible for them.
When it was anybody on a motorcycle, when I see them, and it starts to pour, and there's no overpass or anything. They're just what do you do?
There's nothing really you can do. But
Hey, speaking of bike riding, do you want to mention? Do
you mind?
No, go right ahead.
So, I mean, the big news is that I set a goal for Team WMMR to raise $50,000. It's a pipe dream. I think I put $50,000 every single year. Well, we did it this year.
You did it! How about that?
So Team WMMR has passed over the $50,000 threshold. It's bittersweet, right? So it's the most we've ever raised, but we're still in third place behind the Jim Thorpers. We'll never catch.
Don't say never. You just did this.
No, but the Wheels of Justice, we're never going to catch them. They're in like the $60,000, almost $70,000 range, but we're just below the Jim Thorpers by like $8,000. I am currently in third fundraising. One guy, he got a $20,000 donation from his work. So, Beasley, if you're listening, $20,000 would be nice.
And the biggest team you've ever had.
This is the biggest team we've ever had.
And you listen. We've been talking every morning about things you're having to do about taking care of all the people who are.
It's a lot of juggling.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Any of these charity things that you get involved with, but you do it because it's a great cause.
It is, and I have I've come to the realization that I probably have a terrible system, and so when this thing is all said and done, and we get ready for next year, I need a new system for how to coordinate and organize and all that sort of stuff, because it has gone well past my area of expertise.
Preston, there's a system I like to use. It's called get somebody else to do it.
Well,
that's honestly why there are entire companies who set things up for charities, and most charities that are going to be bringing in a lot of money see the merit in it, because it is such a time-consuming energy suck to do it the right way, to get it out, all that information out.
Yeah.
You understand why they do it. There was this story, I guess, maybe it was a TED Talk, a guy talking about how he was a professional, a charity promoter and organizer, and so he had a fee that he charged to do that. So I think he worked for the AIDS Foundation or something. I'm probably getting it wrong. Long story short, he charged them the fee, and they said, well, if we didn't have to pay his fee, we could add that to the amount. They fired him off the thing, and they lost a huge bunch of money.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
It is a paid position, no question. You can't do that for free. It's too much time.
But a lot of credit goes out there to a woman named Sherry Ivers. Sherry and Bob Ivers are on the team, but Sherry helps me immensely with the coordination and organization of the team, and so she has done so much for Team WMMR, so I cannot thank her enough. Also, the sponsors. Michelob Ultra stepped up in a big way. Awesome. Keswick Cycle, because Keswick has 3 locations. They stepped up in a huge way. Headstrong Foundation has been there along with Pinocchio's Pizza since the very, very beginning. So they were all able to get every single person on my team a jersey. So that was huge. But yeah, $50,000 and counting.
You still kicking Greg Murphy's ass?
I'm kicking the crap out of Greg Murphy as well as Deanna Durante.
Good.
Yeah.
No, I love both of them.
When is it? Great. It's at the end of the month?
It's Sunday, man.
Oh, it's this Sunday.
It's Sunday. So weather-wise,
87 it says. Well, that's good. That's not up in that's high 80s, but isolated thunderstorms, it could change between now
we
and
start
then,
at 7 a.m., so the temperature will be cooler than 87, and we're headed towards the shore.
Which should be cooler.
Which usually cooler,
should be cooler. But, what really sucks about the ride is
the wind.
The wind. So you usually have the wind at your back, and then you get into, Absecon, and then that's when the wind, so the last 5 miles is the wind right directly in your face. But it's all worth it, man.
Yep, you'll do it. Well, congratulations, man. All right, we're going to break. We're going to come back in a moment, and Robert Kelly, who will be at Punchline, will be joining us, so don't go too far. We'll be back in a moment. Kev, our next guest, Case was chatting with briefly before we got to this time, and he had said that I think the last time we saw him was at Camp Out for Hunger
2019
for our comedy night.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Have we had him? We've had him on, right? But not in person.
Since then, I don't think so.
I don't think we have.
Maybe we'll find out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be at Punchline tonight, tomorrow, Saturday. Please welcome Mr. Robert Kelly to the show.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good, Robert. How you doing?
I'm doing better now that we can do shows again.
Yes, it's got to be great. Obviously, I mean, you've been creative, with your time, and everyone's sort of forced stasis. And I wanted to ask you, and I'll jump right into it because we were talking earlier about the OnlyFans thing where they got rid of the sex and now they're bringing it back. But you have been, and we talked about Patreon, and you've been doing a lot of stuff with Patreon. How does that work for you? What's the deal with Patreon?
I mean, Patreon's cool, but Patreon is also it really hits your self-esteem too.
Does it?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. A comic that's been doing comedy for 4 years has $100,000 a month, and you're making $1,500, and I've been in the business for 30.
Yeah. It is kind of a luck of the draw thing, isn't it?
I don't know, dude. Look, man, I have my fans that stick, and then but it did save my life during the pandemic because a lot of people who liked me actually went on there because it was pretty devastating to find out I was unessential.
It really does hurt.
I had no idea. I fired my therapist because I was right for 10 years. I mean, it was disgusting. It was like, every thought I've ever had about me and my career is exactly right. I am not needed in the world.
So that guy was a fraud.
That was tough.
Yeah.
But I'm in a shed right now and I look like I'm at CNN.
Yeah, we're looking at your video feed. We're doing a Zoom interview. It's crystal clear, beautiful, and the background is really cool looking, but you're in a shed?
Oh, I'm in a shed the Amish built. Amish Mike's sheds. Yeah, dude, I went on and I just watched nerds hour after hour on YouTube.
Yeah.
Of video and roadcasters and sound and lights. I mean, just hours of that. And then I transformed the shed and became the king of Zoom.
Yeah, you did exactly what a lot of people did because you could easily be one of those influencers who gets, clothing and makeup sent to them that you open up on your YouTube channel because the backdrop looks really good. You're lit properly. It all looks primo.
Yeah, but I get companies that send me stuff, but I make no money. Those people make millions of dollars. Mm-hmm. I have them send me fly fishing gadgets. That's what I just have them. Like I have this thing that clips on your belt and holds a fly rod. Like, all the kids are really clamoring to get one of those.
Kids love a river runs through it. They really do.
You fly fish?
Oh, I'm a huge fly fisherman.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I physically, and I like doing it.
A friend of mine does it every weekend and says it is the biggest Zen thing you can do. How often are you fly fishing?
I fly fish as much as I can. You can't just do it. When I first started fly fishing, I just saw a river and I'd jump in it. But you really shouldn't do that. I was in Poughkeepsie, which I didn't know was like the murder capital of New York. I saw a river and I was like, and I just put all my gear on and I got my waders and my rod and my dumb hat and I jumped in this river and it was a sewer river. Like,
oh no.
Yeah, it was crazy. This old guy jumped out. He's like, "I'm Crazy Eddie." And he was like this homeless person that lived by the river.
Yeah.
And here I am. I look like some rich guy from Montana. And it was just stupid.
You and Crazy Eddie.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, you have to drive.
I didn't realize what a big deal fly fishing is. My brother actually did a documentary on like this very successful, famous fly fisherman in Belize. He flew to Belize, went there, stayed for like a week, followed this guy around.
Really?
This guy's kids before school would get up with him. They'd fish before school. Kids would go to school. They'd come, and they didn't have like they were like making their own rods and all of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fonzie. Arthur Fonzarelli's big fly fisherman. A lot of famous people are fly fishermen. Yeah,
I've known people not necessarily fly fishermen, but are so into fishing like you, Robert. They'll just have the equipment in their car in their trunk.
Yeah.
And if they see a spot, they'll just stop and do it, and they'll go it. And I don't know if people have gone to the lengths of, like, if there's a pond on someone's property, if they go up and knock on the door and say, "Hey, do you mind if I go fishing?" or whatever. But people that is their thing, they'll stop everything and just go fishing.
Yeah, I'm not that loser anymore.
Okay. I'm not that much of a loser anymore.
That guy. I mean, I like fishing, but I don't, just stop and, honey, wait in the car. I'll do dinner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I'll be back in an hour.
I like fly fishing because it's hard.
Yeah.
You can't. You got to find out what they're eating. You got to put the right fly on, and then you'll be sitting there for an hour trying to catch a fish, and then some fat guy with a Def Leppard T-shirt that doesn't fit will drop a spinning reel off a bridge with a huge worm, and just catch a 9-foot trout right in front of you. Like, come on.
So I had a friend who he went to like really northern Alberta, almost like Arctic Circle.
Oh, real deal.
To fly fishing, and he said it was the most amazing experience of his life. It wasn't during cold weather. It was probably during July, August, or whatever. But he said it was the most amazing experience he has ever had in his life. Does that do anything for you?
But look, stuff like that. You have to go. For me, I'm afraid of like being killed. Like I still have Boston in me. Like as soon as I go to the woods, I look for weapons, to kill somebody or whatever redneck's gonna make me squeal like a pig.
Right.
As soon as I go into the woods, I'm prepared to murder whatever is going to try to attack me.
I believe it, man, because shows like The Walking Dead and so on, where humans encounter other humans and they don't know if they're hostile or not.
What's your story?
If I'm out like on a walking trail and I see one other person, I'm like, I wonder what that guy wants.
Yeah.
I like immediately in my mind, I'm like on the defensive. That guy could be crazy,
Yeah, you know what's worse? I was on a trail by myself, and this is why I don't like doing it by myself. I was on a trail a few weeks ago by myself, and all of a sudden this really hot girl comes behind me and passes me. And now she's pacing me in front of me, but it's just me and her in the woods.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm out, because I always remember that Patrice O'Neill joke, the Pepsi Cola rapist,
right?
Where, he keeps his receipts because he didn't want to throw a can of Pepsi over his head and land on a dead white girl's head, and now he's the Pepsi Cola rapist. That's all I'm gonna. You're her going into the woods.
Yeah, you're
doesn't come out.
You're acutely aware of making yes, because I've done a ton of hiking, on the trails around here, and there's a ton of great trails. But when that does happen, you're like, you get worried for the person because they're like, oh man, they must be scared seeing something like me behind them, and it's this bizarre dynamic. And a lot of times I'll just stop and try to let them get as far out as ahead of me, so I'm not dealing with that dumb back and forth pacing thing. It becomes it ruins a whole afternoon.
Yeah, it ruins a hike. Like I've been fishing. Like I went fishing in was it Utah? I was in Utah when I was like, I'm going to go fishing by myself. I rented a car, went up between two snow peak mountains. I get out, I put all my gear on, and I step out of the car, and I look like a commercial.
Yeah. And
then this father and son pop up out of the trail, and they're like, Daddy, look at that man. And then father was like, he's a fly fisherman, son. And then I kind of nodded like Clint Eastwood, and I stepped off into the river, and I misstepped, and I literally went horizontal, and I into this river that looked like it was a foot deep. It was probably around 4 feet deep of mountain water. My heart stopped. It was so cold. I just went. And you heard the father go, "Come on, son, let's just go. Let's go."
Was it in Alpine Lake by any chance?
I don't know where it was, but I know that I walked a couple feet to this beautiful sandy spot, and I'm like, you know what? Forget it. This is worth it. And as I'm fishing, I'm like, this is beautiful. I looked down, and there was big cat paw prints in the sand.
Whoa.
And I looked behind me, and the grass was splayed like it was a trail.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, great. I'm just going to be attacked by a I mean, could you imagine a cat seeing me just a prosciutto with a rod?
It's why I get scared to go out there, because I'm watching this show on Netflix. It's actually a History Channel show called Alone, and these people are out by themselves in the Alaskan wilderness. And they can tell everything. They know that poop is like from a wolverine, right? And then if I see a footprint in the mud, automatically I'm like, that's a bear, right? I mean, it could be a hoof from a deer, and I'm like, that looks like a bear print to me. I just don't know enough to be out by myself.
Oh, dude, I'm actually filming a show, and this is going down. I'm filming a show called Comedy Camp.
Okay.
And it's based on that show is one of my favorite shows. It's basically I'm taking 5 comics up into the woods for 5 days with no agents, no campers, no craft services. We all have to live in the woods, get food, fire, shelter, solo night. I'm talking.
Wow. With nothing.
Nothing? You don't even give them an axe or fire steel or?
No, I'm not going to. I mean, I'm not. It's not caveman.
But you don't have tents and things like that.
No, they'll have a tent, but everybody will have a tent. So it will be like, but we're going to have a solo night where you have to go out at least 250 yards away
from the camp.
I mean, you have to kind of, it's comics.
Right. I love it.
They'll get a hangnail. They'll cry. If somebody doesn't like their tweet, I'll have to listen to it for an hour. We're gonna no phones, no internet, no agents, no jokes, no nothing. And people don't understand when you're out in the woods, it's all fun and everything. And then all of a sudden, when the sun goes down,
yes.
It's a different ball game.
Different animal.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. That's one thing. I was just talking about. I was on this horror movie podcast with these local guys. They're a really good show that they put on. But if you go back to like the original Blair Witch, the notion of the woods at night, pitch black darkness, sounds all around.
Every rustle is a bear or a cougar.
That's exactly it. It'll scare the living crap out of it. So let me ask you, Robert, what is the? Do you have your 5 that you are going to in your mind?
Yeah, we do.
Have you done it already?
No, we're actually in the process right now with the lawyers, which takes forever. But we have the cast. And
is Big J one of them?
No, I said 5 days, not 2 weeks. Have you ever walked anywhere with Big J? Out of your mind. It takes him 5 hours to get from the cellar to Ben's Pizza on the
corner. We actually had him on the show one time, and he was actually walking in New York on his phone talking, and he seems like he's a slow mover.
Yeah, no, I would. Yeah, maybe season 4. To wrap it up.
Do you know what part of the country you're going to try and pull this off in, Robert?
Yeah, we're going to do probably down in Atlanta, in the woods down there, which is the same trail that goes all the way up to Canada, the Adirondacks. The forest there. Oh, we might go up to upstate New York. We want to be at least 2 to 3 hours away from anything.
If you're down in Georgia, you could actually hit the river that was used for deliverance.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, look, I don't want. That's my biggest fear is this things could go south. But and we're gonna have a very small crew too, so it's not gonna be like you're not gonna be able to cry and just get a Snickers bar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I love that. I love this idea.
Yeah.
Do you have a projected time for completion? And
well, we're gonna try to hopefully film it soon. As soon as all the contracts and everything's done.
That's great.
We're going to be scouting locations. Probably we're looking at Atlanta and upstate New York now, and then we're gone. I mean, we're just going because it doesn't take a lot. You know what I mean? So
can we talk about this show Alone, since you watch it? Like I don't necessarily want to be on that show, but I just want to be able to have the know-how to be able to be on that show, because those people are insane with how self-reliant they are.
Yes, it's an amazing show. I mean, basically, the gist of it is that they get the most desolate, hard place to be on Earth, and they drop 10 people off with only 10 things. They can only take 10 things, and they have to pick very wisely, and then whoever lasts the longest by themselves out in the woods. And not only do they have to survive, they have to be a production crew. They have to film their whole day and night. And set up all these cameras, and it's pretty wild. And it's always like the fat one because he's just got more meat on him,
right? Yeah. You brought your groceries with you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because people are like, I'm going to build this great shelter, and then they just forget to get food.
Yeah.
And I hate those mushroom eating asses.
There's this. I agree. I'm fascinated by this stuff. There's a guy, I think it was on the GQ series that a YouTube series, but this guy's like one of the renowned survival guys. And again, like Casey, you talk about footprints and which way you should, on which side of a hill you should build your lean-to, or all these things that would help you to survive. But then, you know what's going to happen. You get out there, you're going to panic, and you're going to run into a boulder and kill yourself. And that's what's going to happen.
You know what takes out most guys, it makes me sick to my stomach? What takes out most guys is they miss their wife and kid. I'm talking every season. There's always I'm Michael from Michigan, and I know how to hunt and kill, and then 2 days in, I just miss him. I know. That's what life's about, is family. I don't shut up.
I know. Listen, Robert, when Survivor first came on, and there were people that were that way as well, and I'm sitting here watching this show, and I'm like, my God, I would love a month away from my family. And then I'm like, I'm a horrible person. These people are crying over here.
Oh, I would be so happy to be alone for 100 days. Yeah. Oh, my God. The first thing I would do is hunt a moose, and then I would eat moose everything for 100 days.
The one guy had to tap out because he ate bad squirrel.
Oh yeah, that's funny too. What about the guy? He literally made a jacuzzi. It was so insane. He made a jacuzzi, but then he had to tap out because he lost his fire stick.
Yeah,
so he couldn't start fire anymore. This dummy.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that a basic Boy Scout trick?
Yeah.
Have you ever made a fire like the classic
with nothing, without any combustibles?
No, because look, we'll probably do it on the show.
Yeah,
but. No, because no.
Yeah, exactly.
Why? Because I went out with. I'll tell you why. Because I went out with one of these guys. You know what I mean?
Like a Bear Grylls kind of guy.
Yeah, like I was in. I like doing this stuff. So I went out with one of these guys, and I had all my fire stick and my fire starter and all this stuff. And he went over to the fire with some kindling, and he took out a Bic. And he lit
a big lighter. Yeah. So you're probably like me, because I get all these. If it says tactical on it, I get it. And like I have this tactical shovel in my trunk right now. Yeah. I've actually never even opened up the bag to look what's inside. I just ordered it, but it apparently has the ability to make a fire and an axe and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, well, just to have it, and you realize what a sucker you are for anything that's tactical or survival or any of that stuff.
I don't know. I mean, with the way the world's going right now, maybe that shovel might actually
come in handy.
Oh, dude. I mean, come on. Dude, just get nuts. I mean, I'll live. Voss dies immediately. Thornton lives, but he's somebody's girl in the woods. You know what I mean?
Well, who survives the longest of your group?
Oh, first of all, me.
You? Yeah.
Because I know how to fish. I know how to make a shelter, and I'm huge. You know what I mean? I don't need to eat for like three months. You know what I mean? Boss's stuff. all his he has the same stuff. I have that stuff, but it has Marlboro on it because you got it from Marlboro Miles.
Yes. He's got a Marlboro tent, Marlboro sleeping bag.
That's how he gets his camping gear.
It's just, you know what I mean? Plus, you would have to kill Voss a couple days in.
Yeah.
Because suggestions would just annoy you. I'm just suggesting we should, I remember we were doing the Creeps with Kids tour and he called me up. I have a suggestion. I'm like, oh God. It's like the 100th suggestion. I go, what? He goes, bumper stickers. I'm like, People don't have bumpers. What is this? 7-8? Vote for Dukakis?
Yeah.
Nobody
vote for Dukakis. It's
you know how big a bumper sticker is? what do you? Let's just do stickers, you dumb. Oh my God! I love it.
Let me ask you, because I'm fascinated by this because we all sort of connect to this in some way, and love this whole, going out in nature and doing this sort of thing. What do you think is the best survival movie ever made?
Wow, that's a good question. The best survival movie?
Yeah, with against the odds, the classic thing.
I mean, Jeremiah Johnson is probably the best.
It's damn good. You ever see A Man in the Wilderness? With
yes,
Richard Harris? Yeah, that's another. And then The Revenant. It was The Revenant. It was remade as The Revenant.
Yeah, but those are Jeremiah Johnson to me was just that guy just lost everything and then went out the woods, which I think about all the time. Just walking. I spilled cereal milk this morning and I had to pick it up and I felt like let's just get my knife and go and just leave. I don't want
to
leave it all behind.
Yeah, I mean,
it's too much milk.
So mad. I turn on Facebook and it's just. It's constantly bombarded by people who are doing better than you.
Oh yeah.
Like autism is such a you look at people with autism now.
Yeah.
And they're superhumans. They're X-Men.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, he didn't talk to anybody when he was a kid. He had no friends. Yeah, but he's a he's a millionaire now. And he's got helicopters because he can draw a landscape from the sky that he saw once.
Elon Musk revealed that he's on the spectrum.
Yes.
So there, it's the way your mind resets.
I have not. You know what I got? You know what my skill was? I'm good at small talk. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, is that the paper? Oh, did you see what happened to the Red Sox? Yeah, they're going. I'm super barbecue.
I would love to see that. They put in the next Expendables movie. You get called in as the small talk expert.
Well, that would be that would be your code name, small talk. Yeah, send in small talk.
Hey, I love that shirt. Where can I get one?
You just need to distract somebody for 15 minutes. Send in small talk.
My wife this morning. What, are you married? Wow, that's great. Good for you. You're going to love it. Thanks. That's all I'm good at is being in elevators.
Let me. Hey, it's a skill. For Christ's sake,
I'm not good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I actually, what was funny too is I'm using all these apps now. I mean, look, I love technology. You guys know that.
Yeah.
You love. I mean, you both love technology, but it's like I use YouTube so much now. It's like my encyclopedia. I learned everything from YouTube. Everything. It's just like my heat went down in the middle of the winter last year. I called them up, $300 to come out, $250 an hour after that. Yeah. Right. I YouTube. My wife was like, just call him. I'm like, no. I YouTubed. I found a guy with a hair lip who had my heater. And he goes, what you want to do, Sniff, is, Sniff. It took me 2 hours to replay it just to hear what that guy was saying. He literally just took a screw out and blew on it and put it back in and it fixed the whole heating unit.
You are speaking. This is the absolute truth, and this has been a thing that we've tried to impart. Preston's wife has done all sorts of home repair based off of YouTube. Mm-hmm. Whatever not only is has someone done what you're attempting to do, but then you can go in through the videos and then watch them using the exact same tools you have in the same room in the house. You know, everything, it's just amazing. There's always someone who's done it and has recorded it. God bless them.
Mm-hmm. You know what I started doing is at night, this didn't work. I can't sleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm up. I'm just mortgage. I'm unessential. To wear a mask again. And I saw this thing fall to sleep in 30 seconds. And I was like, oh, I got to check this out.
Sure.
And this girl, hello, thank you for choosing me to take you to sleep. To another universe. Just follow my voice. And 10 seconds in, I'm fully aroused. I'm like, like my wife hasn't touched me in 2 years. Like I'm like on the side of the river with the chick from The Butter. You know what I mean?
The Land O'Lakes.
Yeah, the Land O'Lakes. You know what I mean? I'm like, they should have a recording of some guy's wife going, you don't need it. I need you to go tomorrow.
Yeah. God.
I love it. I love
it. The best. Well, listen, Robert, we're glad that you, sir, are back in town to entertain the good people of Philadelphia. You got several shows. There's a 8 o'clock show tonight, and then tomorrow 7:30, 9:45, and the same thing on Saturday night. So tickets you can get at punchlinephilly.com.
You're going to want to get them quickly.
Yeah, most definitely, because Robert is a good time. We know this firsthand on many
good
occasions.
at small talk, too.
He's great at small talk.
The show, smoke a cigar and I can do some small talk with you guys.
You'll be amazed.
But listen, I want to point out your podcast as well. It's called You Know What, Dude? And do you do that from the shack, from your shed? No, that's live from the shed. That's your Patreon.
I do a lot from the shed, yes, which is where I interview like more really famous people come up to my shed. It's really weird and uncomfortable. And awesome. But,
I like
no, the YKWd is from the Comedy Cellar Laugh Button Studios.
Okay. All right.
Right above the Comedy Cellar, which is pretty awesome.
That is great. That's cool.
Nice. And our buddy Adam Ferrara is on there with you this week.
Adam Ferrara is the nicest. He's from the 50s. I mean,
yeah.
He's the funniest, nicest guy I've ever met in my life. He's never not been nice.
Yeah. No,
Never.
he's great. He's great.
Every other has not been nice. Colin, I mean, Jesus, he's hung up me so many times. I mean, Adam Ferrara is so nice. I love the guy. If I can make him in a female version with the little mole, I'd love it.
Keep the mole. It's very Cindy Crawford.
We'll check out the podcast. We got to wrap, Robert, man. It's good to talk to you. Enjoy your time in Philly, and we'll do it again soon. All right, my man?
Miss you guys, man. You guys are the best. Thanks so much.
Man.
Robert Kelly, guys. He's great. Could talk to him forever, man.
He's wonderful, man.
We should take a quick break and come back in a second. Some more B-File stories on the way for you next, so make sure that you stay with us because we'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
The MMRE is coming to your neighborhood. Join the MMRE.
WMMR.
All right, let's get these stories. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
So you can get cash today. It's brought to you, by Armor Metals and Recycling. Get cash today if you need cash fast. Just bring your scrap and e-cycling to Armor Metals and Recycling, and then walk away with cash today. Located in Pensacola, New Jersey, or at armormetalsrecycling.com. A Pennsylvania woman who pleaded guilty to coughing and spitting on food at a supermarket in the early days of the coronavirus pandemic was sentenced Tuesday to at least a year in jail. So that's what's happened to her.
Even prior to COVID, I would be upset by that.
Seriously,
Yeah.
right?
Totally. Margaret Ann Kirko pleaded guilty to a felony count of making bomb threats.
Margaret Kirkhoff, excuse me.
Authorities said Kirko entered Garrity's supermarket near Wilkes-Barre and purposely coughed on fresh produce and other merchandise while yelling that she had the virus and that everyone would get sick. Joe Fasula, co-owner of the supermarket chain, said that over $35,000 worth of merchandise had to be thrown out as a result of what Garrity had called a twisted prank.
They could have just sent it to Nick.
Kirko tested negative for COVID-19, according to her attorney, who said she was intoxicated at the time of the incident.
You just cut the COVID off.
She apologized in court and said, "I wish I could take it back," but the judge called the conduct totally outrageous and sentenced her to 1 to 2 years in jail, to be followed by 8 years of probation. She also was ordered to pay nearly $30,000 in restitution, so no joking around there. Hey, here's a follow-up story. That massive bathtub rubber ducky that appeared all of a sudden in Belfast, Maine last week disappeared Saturday evening.
Gone.
After becoming a hit on both the harbor and on the internet. Dozens of people walking around near the harbor master's office on Tuesday around noon said out loud that they were disappointed that the duck was no longer there. According to Betty Siegel, she said, "I'm a Mainer and I wanted to see that big duck."
Bring the goddamn duck back.
She was visiting with friends from Belfast, at Belfast. She said, the only sign that the way oversized waterfowl had ever visited was a small piece of paper posted on the harbor master's office bulletin board, and explains that the duck was a gift from, quote, anonymous Bennequackers who live in the land of misfit toys, USA. And the note goes on to say that Joy, which was written on the front of the duck, is also the duck's name, and that she's female. Her presence was, quote, in an age of such bitter divisiveness in our country, a reminder of our commonalities and a way to make people feel happy. According to the message, Joy was also set to leave Belfast not long after she arrived, since September is duck hunting season in Maine.
I love this idea, Preston. We should put a large duck in the Schuylkill like this, but just have the word Pud on it.
Pud.
Yes.
One person who has seen the duck since her departure is Cindy Henderson of Glen Falls, New York. She took pictures of it during a trip to Islesboro over the weekend. She said, "I heard it was Crow Cove on Sunday before the storm, and there it was," she said, adding that it was tipped over a tad bit, but it was nice. Whether or not Joy is still nestling there is unclear. Meanwhile, on the mainland, most people are still wondering who exactly the anonymous Bennequackers might be.
I love the gesture.
Yes. This story's out of Wisconsin. 2 vehicles caught on fire after 2 drivers did burnouts in a parking lot. Firefighters responded for a report of a vehicle fire. When they arrived, crews found one vehicle fully engulfed, and another that had caught fire as well.
Uh-oh.
The fires were quickly extinguished, but both vehicles were declared a total loss. They were both rentals, mind you. One of the drivers told firefighters he ran into a nearby hotel lobby to get a fire extinguisher, but wasn't able to find one. You imagine you're sitting there spinning your tires to the point they catch
on fire.
on fire. That's ridiculous. So I don't know if these guys are facing charges or not. This is a great idea. Staff at a jail in South Central Washington State have come up with an inexpensive but effective way to encourage inmates to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Since the first of the month, the Benton County Jail has been giving away one of its most popular commissary items to inmates who sign up for their first COVID shot, and that is ramen noodles.
Ramen noodles?
And apparently they're lining up to get it done.
Oh, my God.
So you get some premium Chi-Chi going.
By Monday, the jail will have given out 900 packets of noodle soup.
I love ramen noodles.
To 90 inmates. And I'm telling you, in the joint,
I already got my shots, though.
It's cuisine.
Yeah, I can't.
You know?
I can't take advantage of this offer.
It's advertised to inmates around the jail with flyers featuring a larger-than-life photo of the seasoned wavy noodles and a headline that says "Soups for Shots." Any inmate, no matter how long their stay, is eligible for the program if they have not been immunized yet. The Benton County Jail has shared information about the program with other jails in the state as well. Well, an off-duty police officer put his hands on a woman's hips and, after she rejected him, punched the woman's husband. This is according to police in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. The suspect, Nachi Nazkuglu, is who this is. So he approached a woman singing karaoke at the restaurant and sports bar called Peanuts. Tazguchglu, or whatever you say his last name, allegedly put his hands on her hips. A woman figuratively shot him down, telling him that she was married and not interested in him. The officer allegedly would not let this go. The woman went outside and spoke to her husband. The officer then went outside as well, however, and punched the man in the face, knocking him into a flower pot. The man sustained a cut at his left eye and nose, but he refused medical care. Tazkuglu had punched him multiple times, officers said. Investigators described him as referencing his job in order to taunt, saying, "I'm a cop. What are you going to do about it?" Police arrested him for a count of misdemeanor battery.
Well, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, and he has not been with the Edgewater Police Department for even a year. Chief Joe Mahoney swore him in last September, and now the chief is announcing his suspension.
No boo-hoo for Taz Kuglu.
That is correct. All right, and then we will do one more story and wrap it up. Let's end with a quickie. We will go on this one. Police responded early Saturday to calls about a disturbance at an Iowa apartment building, and they discovered Kyle Clark, 19 years old, and another man face-to-face yelling at each other. Upon spotting the officers, Clark tried to walk away from cops who noticed he had a very large bulge under his shirt near the waistline, like he was trying to hide something. When a cop asked if the protuberance was a bag of weed, Clark reportedly tried down the stairs, which was a dead end. After he was handcuffed, a very large bag of marijuana fell from under his shirt. He claimed that it was... That's not mine. No. That's not mine.
No.
And by the way... It was 4 ounces of weed. That's a quarter pound. That's a lot of marijuana. That
How big would well? Okay, that's like huge,
like a football. Yeah, something like that. Probably. Yeah. So
no,
that's not mine.
It came with the pants.
Clark was charged with felony and misdemeanor drug counts and booked into the county jail, by the way. And there you go. That is what I have for you. In the Bizarre File this morning, let us take a break and come back in a moment and see how you did in keeping track of what we've talked about on the program this morning. We'll do the lesson question. We'll get to trash. We'll get to music news. Those things are coming up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve Small Business
happens, I have a what?
Yeah.
215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you can remember that. Whatever happens, I have a what? 215-263 WMMR. If you caught it and you remember it, give us a call and we'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by Maury's Piers. You can celebrate Oktoberfest at Maury's Pier with MMR's Big Friggin' Deal. This week, 2 one-day ride passes for Maury's Piers Oktoberfest are only $45. You can get this exclusive offer now through Sunday at WMMR.com. Use the keyword deal, but hurry because supplies are limited. What's happening, Steve?
Well, Chinese Olympian Zhu Xing, who turned in a stellar performance on the trampoline, says the gold medal she won has started to peel. Xing says that upon further inspection, she discovered that the medal was made in China.
Oh my God.
Kim Kardashian receiving a cosmetic laser procedure called Potenza Radio Frequency Micron Needling. Dr. Ashkan Kavami explained the process in layman's terms, saying he spiffied up her butthole.
Hey!
And that's layman's terms for you. LeVar Burton admitting that he's very upset that he's not in the running as a permanent host of Jeopardy now that Mike Richards has stepped away from the job. Burton reveals he let his frustration get the better of him and sent Jeopardy producers a text reading, quote, "You, who are people who should suck my ass?"
Wow.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're going to see if you were paying attention to know the answer to this. Caller Leon, who is on OnlyFans with his wife, lives by this phrase: whatever happens, I still have a what? 215-263 WMMR. Frank, our first caller in, gets to go for it. Hi, Frank. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Frank, whatever happens, I have a...
Schlong.
Yes. Hang on, Frank. You just got yourself a digital download of The Conjuring. The Devil Made Me Do It in the terrifying Conjuring universe continues. Ed and Lorraine Warren are back, unraveling their most sinister case yet. And you can own it now on digital and Blu-ray. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I like big balls. All right, this morning music news is brought to you by Fred Beans, and August marks their 46th anniversary, and they're celebrating with the biggest sales event ever. Go enjoy a better experience and see why it's better at fredbeans.com. Tom Morello has released a new single from his upcoming album, The Atlas Underground Fire. The song is called Driving to Texas, and it features Fantagram. Tom Morello said, I'd worked with Josh from Fantagram on my first Atlas Underground album, and I was thrilled when he and Sarah reached out about collaborating on this record. This song is creepy as hell. He said, a dark journey, a struggle for a tortured soul. The guitar solo needed to feel like a vengeful angel who has come down to decide the fate of the protagonist. Will they descend into the abyss, or will they find redemption?
Sounds heavy.
Driving to Texas really shows the breadth of the music you'll hear on this record. Sarah has one of the most haunting and beautiful voices of anyone singing today, and Josh's production is stylistically so fresh and eerie. Morello's The Atlas Underground Fire album will be released on October 15th. The album's first single was the classic rock AC/DC anthem, Highway to Hell, with Morello, Bruce Springsteen, and Eddie Vedder. I actually dug that, man.
Yeah, it was good.
I think it's pretty cool. I heard, I think it was Jackie playing it while Pierre was on vacation, and had it. You know, when you're in the car,
yes,
that's when you can really tell. And so I was enjoying their version of it. In addition to Bruce and Eddie, the album features a cast of collaborators including Chris Stapleton, Mike Posner, Damian Marley, and more. So
I didn't hear it.
Want to check a little bit of us out?
Yeah.
so much better. He's so much more of a powerful singer. Yeah. And it comes out in rock anthems like that one.
Right.
I had a moment where I had gone to sleep and I was watching. What was I watching? Oh, they're doing like new behind the musics.
Right.
And it was Huey Lewis in the news, and so I had fallen. It was great. It was great. I had fallen asleep towards the end of it, and I guess it just went to whatever was next in line in queue, and it was a Pearl Jam Unplugged.
Oh.
Man, it was so good.
Yeah.
Okay. And so it woke me up. It was that good. I was like, this is...
Wake up. You've got to go to work and entertain people on the radio.
You know how Bill hates it when we talk about how much we love the Bee Gees?
Sorry.
I love Huey Lewis in the News.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It was my first concert. Yes.
Love that band. Even I mean, you know, their hits got beaten to death on the radio, and that makes it kind of hard, like A Hootie and the Blowfish and stuff like that. But I go back, it was a really, really talented band all the way around. All the surrounding members of that band were all really, really talented.
Jeremy was written by Huey Lewis.
I did not know that, which is a departure from the kind of feel-good music that they normally do.
Yeah. They were looking to evolve as a band.
Jeremy spoke in class today.
There's a version of it's a cappella, and Huey Lewis and the News do it. It's a classic called "It's All Right."
Yep.
Yes.
It is. The harmonies are so damn good in that song.
Yeah. And even Power of Love, man. It's just a great tune.
I love I Want a New Drug. Yeah. I think that's a fantastic song.
Well,
it's actually got, you know what it's got? It's got some nuts.
It's got some nuts to it.
It does. There it is.
Oh, look at him hanging low.
You know who he was working with a lot and wrote songs for him was Bruce Hornsby, who I'm a huge fan of.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Okay, they collaborated?
Yep.
They had a
collab.
Yeah.
Let's collab.
This is a great song. God, this reminds me of a time.
Oh, yeah.
So vividly. Yep. All right, anyhow, enough about that. We're going to move on to Nirvana. Dave Grohl says that he finds it difficult to listen.
I turned that off. Sorry.
Difficult to listen to Nirvana's final album, 1993's In Utero. Loud Roar reported that the Nirvana drummer is quoted in the new 10th anniversary publication of writer Paul Brannigan's This Is a Call, The Life and Times of Dave Grohl. And he said it captured a moment in time for the band, and it's definitely an accurate representation of the time, which was dark. He said it's an effing dark album, and I don't like listening to that record. It's a weird one for me. He said, I hear the songs on the radio every once in a while, and I like the sonic difference of hearing All Apologies or Heart-Shaped Box come on in the middle of a bunch of compressed, pro-tooled modern rock radio music because it stands out. But lyrically and conceptually, it's not something that I like to revisit too often.
Does it make you sad?
I think it makes him sad, Ed. Grohl went on to say, what I love most about it is the sound of urgency and the sound of the three of us in a room. He said, Nevermind and In Utero are two totally different albums. Nevermind was intentional as much as any revisionist might say it was a contrived version of Nirvana. It wasn't. We went down there to make that record. We rehearsed hours and hours and hours, day after day, to get to Nevermind. But In Utero was so different. There was no labored process, and it just kind of came out like a purge, and it was so pure. But there's something about it that is off-putting to him.
I can see that.
Yeah. Want to reiterate what Nick had told me a moment ago, and Eddie, you're here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's the 30th anniversary of 10 and the 25th anniversary of the album's No Code from Pearl Jam, and we're going to have some special recognition of that tomorrow. Pierre's doing a vinyl cut. In fact, I'm assuming he's going to do it in the vinyl cut position, but
that's the word.
He's tracking side one of the album on vinyl, which is cool. And what else is there going to be, Nick?
Just some celebrations of both of those records. 10 is 30 years old, and No Code is 25 years old. There's an article that's coming out on WMMR.com. It's a roundtable discussion that I was a part of. Matt Cord from down the hall is a part of it as well, and a bunch of different other Beasley.
We discuss Hip to be Square.
Hip to be Square. A lot of Huey Lewis chat. But, you know, on MMR's birthday in 2016, Pearl Jam played 10 from beginning to end, you know, and so there's cool confluences of events with the band, with those records, and so we're going to celebrate them both tomorrow.
Hey, are there curses on that?
Oh, yeah.
So is Pierre going to do live potting down during
Pancake has been rehearsing.
He will fade. He'll fade the music real quick at the proper moment.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow, though, is the one day of the year where the FCC doesn't listen.
That's right.
And we should be okay. But no
It's you
code.
who lose, D.
No Code is an underrated record, and so I'm glad we're going to celebrate that as well.
All right, and then one final thing, that is the fact that we announced earlier this morning, MMR's Back to School A to Z 2021. Thousands of songs played in alphabetical order. And slight twist this year, we get to start it here on the Preston and Steve Show. And that ensures that if you have regular listening habits, you listen at a certain time of day, maybe during your drive or wherever it may be, this is to mix it up, and you will hear a different slice of the A to Z at that particular time. So we'll begin 6 a.m. a week from today, next Thursday, September 2nd, and we here at the staff love doing the A to Z. It's probably, I can almost say definitely, it's our favorite music-based programming that we do each year.
It is, and we end up having more than one discussion about things that we've heard, and it incites us to talk about bands that we love that are in the voluminous library of MMR.
Yep.
And I also caution you, or I should say advise you, keep a pen or a piece of paper handy because you're going to want to write down stuff that you probably want to add to your own library.
Absolutely. All right, and that's it in music news. Listen, as we take a break, I want to give away a pair of tickets. We made this announcement yesterday. John Mulaney's 13th show, Saturday, October 9th, 9:30 p.m. at the Academy of Music. And we'll take caller number 22, and we will give you tickets, 215-263-WMMR. Those tickets went on sale yesterday. We'll have to find out if they sold out, too. I don't know. They may have. So caller number 22, those tickets are yours. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Live casino and hotel.
is just happy to be back working again.
He's great.
Happy to be back in Philadelphia again. You can go to punchlinephilly.com and get your tickets for his program. So super nice guy, very funny, and you shall enjoy him. And that's it. And just a reminder, we made the announcement earlier this morning about MMR's Back to School. I know I hit in music news a little while ago, but I'll mention that one more time.
Back to school. Back to school.
Thank you, Billy. And so it's thousands of songs in alphabetical order, and we will start it a week from today at 6 a.m. on the President Steve Show. And then it goes till we should actually, you know what we should do?
Want to take bets?
Have we done that before? Have we done like a pool?
Very informally.
I think we should do a pool.
I think we should do it, and we should all put in $5,000.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm in.
Okay.
a light little
gentleman's bet.
fun thing at the office. It's just a betting at the office. It's just fun, you know.
Let's do that. So before we'll pick a time because it usually always runs, well past the time that's projected.
So pick a date and a time of the
and a weight
when the last song ends.
And
all right,
closest to without going over,
wins the
just,
showcase,
or maybe just closest to wins both showcase.
I can't pay $5,000.
All right, so then we'll bragging rights.
Okay,
how about that?
And $4,000.
I can afford that.
$4,000.
So we need to do the letter of the day, and I guess
I might be able to do that.
You're going to handle that case?
I got it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
M as in Madison.
All right, and we now have one more to go, and that's it. We give away the $300 Hens and Honey Shop gift card. Located in beautiful downtown Swedesboro, New Jersey, Hens and Honey Shop is a unique boutique with bath products, handmade candles, stylish, high-quality clothing, and accessories, plus products from Alex and Annie, Rice Love Bags, and Pura Vida, and a truly unique shopping experience. So we give that away tomorrow. Get yourself set for that. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, Acme, fresh foods, local flavors, and Mount Hope, the Renaissance Fair. You can experience Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair at parenfair.com.
I love the Renaissance Fair.
Yeah, it is a damn good time. All right, so tomorrow on the program, we have another T-Mobile Cooling Care.